Unfortunately, I'm sick and it's hard to survive, so I have no choice but to do my job and kowtow a few more times. Su Xian answered yes and was about to leave, but the Empress followed her previous instructions and told him, "Don't go upstairs to accompany me. You'll feel upset. If you feel lonely, you might as well lock the back door and go watch the dragon boat. Although I am sick, you can still take care of me at home, so go ahead." Su Xiandao, please sleep peacefully, I'm going down to offer sacrifices. Immediately went downstairs to the hall, drank 3 libations, paid homage to the ancestors, then went to the side room to pay homage to the parents of the outer hall, sifting wine and kowtowing in the same way. After that, burned the paper money. Fang asked Xiao Er to fold the wine, put away the cups and chopsticks, and set the table. He also asked him to go into the shop, close the door, and invite Mr. Zhang and Li to come in for lunch. The waiter was ordered to go out. Seeing that the store door was closed, he invited the 2 of them inside to drink. The second group said, "There is no business at present." There were only a few customers asking for tractaloads, Angelica de Hurica, Realgar, and Tiaiden, so we closed the store door and left only one door open. If you want to eat, you don't have to be polite. You can go in and thank your husband. He said that we also have a holiday at home, so we have to go out to the store tomorrow morning. At this point, everyone took out a 4-money red envelope and handed it to the waiter, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, I will give it to you to buy snacks. We won't go in to say goodbye. I'll ask you to tell me." Bai opened the door and went out. The waiter thanked me and was about to close the door. I saw someone on the street selling stinky mosquito cigarette smoke for a penny apiece. Then he called him and asked him if he had any counteroffer. He said, "If you buy all 20 pieces together, you can get a 30% discount." The waiter heard that it was cheap, so he paid him 14 cents, took the mosquito stick, and put it on his arm. He closed the door and came in to meet the host and said, "My 2 husbands, Zhang and Li, are not coming to dinner. They are going home for the festival. They asked me to report back and gave me a 4-cent envelope to buy snacks. Su Xiandao, this is your fate. If you go in and have a meal, I will reward you with 100 cents. You can go out of the city to see the dragon boats and have some leisure time. Come back early." The waiter thanked him and was about to leave. Su Xian asked him, "What's on your arm? What's the use?" The waiter laughed and said, "How come this old man doesn't know his stuff? This is called mosquito smoke, which is lit at noon on the Dragon Boat Festival. All snakes, insects, poisonous and foul smells can be driven away. Su Xiandao, since Suzhou has this custom, how much does one cost?" The waiter said, "Each article is 7 articles, to the letter." Su Xiandao, "It's not expensive. I will buy it for you and me." The waiter heard this. I was very happy. I got 160 coins and got another 100 coins as a reward. I hurriedly went inside to have a meal and went straight to the mountain pond to play. Su Xian was left alone and listless. He ate a bowl of rice and did not go to see the dragon boat. He picked up the leftover atractalodes, Angelica dehurica, realgar, etc. from the store. Come upstairs. I wonder if the Empress in the room will show her true form at noon and frighten Su Xian to death. Let's see what happens next. Chapter 17, Appearance. But Su Xian was at home alone and very busy. He walked upstairs gently, took the stove, hand stove, and incense burner, then went downstairs to the kitchen. Get some used charcoal from the wind stove, then add atractalodes and Angelica dehurica to each stove. Return to the top of the building and take them into the room together. Place them under the bed, on the footboard, in front of the dressing table. He also took the foot stove cover, jar basin cover, etc., and lit 20 mosquito smoke rods from the inner room to the outer room, making the smoke billow. It's hard to keep my eyes open. I heard the lady breathing loudly in my ears, but I didn't bother to disturb her. Then I went downstairs to prepare the realgar wine and sprayed it from various places under the stove. I'll wait. Besides, the Empress was sleeping on the bed, feeling sad all over. Her hands and feet were trembling, and her chest felt like it was on fire. The soul that has been cultivated for thousands of years. 3/4 noon. At this time, it was noon, and suddenly I saw smoke rising all over the room. I opened the tent and saw that the mosquito smoke strips were like snakes. They were just following my husband's actions, silently using his magical powers to kill me, so it was so difficult. When you look carefully, you will realize that it is mosquito smoke from Tsang cypress. No wonder the smell hits the nose and makes the tongue dry and the throat dry. He hurriedly got up and got out of bed, put on a pair of Su Xian's shoes, and stamped out the mosquito cigarette smoke first. Then he walked to the dressing table. Fortunately, there was a pot of cold tea. He took a few breaths to feel moisturized in his throat. He also sprinkled water on all the furnaces, and immediately the smoke in the room subsided and his eyes were able to open. Looking out the window, I saw that it was already 1/2 noon, and I only needed one more burst to avoid it. At this moment, I no longer go to bed, but sit on the spring stool, leaning against the dressing table, frowning, and feeling panicked. Pain in joints all over the body, hands and feet seemed to be scattered. He had no choice but to use up all his energy and try his best to gather them. I secretly hate that my husband doesn't listen to me and stays at home alone, refusing to go see the dragon boat. Otherwise, if I show up in the room, no one will see me. Just when I was resentful, the enemy came again. Su Xian held the realgar wine bowl in his hand and went upstairs to spray wine. Seeing his wife leaning on the dressing table with red face and red lips, he asked, "Why are you sitting here, madam?" "I'm afraid she won't catch the cold." The madam said, "I'm upset right now and have a stomachache. Stop bothering me and go downstairs quickly." Su Xian thought about it. Realgar wine can relieve wind and cold, and said, "Madam, please take a sip and your illness will be cured." When the Empress saw the wine bowl, She felt that the smell was unpleasant, like a sharp knife touching her brain. She hurriedly covered her nose and said not to eat. Unexpectedly, Su Xian was childish. He hooked the Empress' jade neck with one hand, picked up the wine bowl with the other, and said, "Don't eat it. It's also good to smell it." The Empress thought, in this case, just pretend to smell it and it's over. Unexpectedly, he put the wine bowl under his nose and poured it into his mouth. The Empress threw her head back and drank the realgar. In an instant, her breasts were like a knife being twisted, the liver and intestines being knotted, and the little feet shaking. There were glass lines on her face, and she was white and translucent. She didn't look like a beautiful woman at all, and Su Xian was frightened to the point of dementia. The Empress knew that she would inevitably make a fool of herself, so she pushed the immortal official's shoulders hard with her hands and shouted, "Quickly go." Seeing this, Su Xian changed his expression, said that the realgar had taken the wrong arsenic. He hurried out of the room and went to the store to check. The Empress was in the room. She couldn't bear it any longer. Her belly seemed to be boiling with oil, and her whole body was like being stabbed by spears. She shook her head a few times, her black hair fell away, and she fell down. Suddenly, a white light suddenly appeared in the room, and a scene appeared. Snake shape, eyes like copper bells. It has teeth like a saw, a bloody mouth, and a horn protruding from its forehead. It is white all over, similar to the dragon. It is more than 2 feet long and is coiled in the room. The boxes and cabinets next to him shook. Although my heart was already confused at this time, I still understood. If the master of the house goes upstairs, how can he see him? Go to bed and hide. Unexpectedly, the snake was big and the bed was small. It hid its head but not its tail, and hid its tail but not its head. It circled several times. Everything in the room shook, and the sound was like thunder. His head was still outside the tent, and his mouth was stuck. His tongue stuck out and in like a red sweat towel. Besides, Su Xian went downstairs to the store and took a look at the leftover realgar. Some of them were good and not arsenic. Why did he end up like this after eating it? Is it possible that he has Sha disease? Let me get some Sha medicine and take it with him, maybe it will be fine. After making up his mind, he took the Sha medicine bottle and put it in hand. Come to the bottom of the inner hall. Hearing the shouting and thundering sounds upstairs, I was already startled and confused. He reluctantly walked up to the door of the room and lifted the curtain. Who knew it would be fine if he didn't lift it, but with this lift, poor Su Xian's liver and gallbladder were shattered, his 3 souls were indistinct, and his 7 souls were indistinct. Then he fell to the ground and died. At that time, the Empress was in the shape of a snake. Not only could she not speak, but she was so drunk that she could not wake up even after noon. Fortunately, Shaoqing is back. Shaoqing pretended to be sick and avoided the afternoon in the mountains. Still in human form, he was thinking about the Empress. He hurriedly returned home to see how her Empress was. As soon as I walked up the stairs, I heard bursts of thunder, which was strange. With 3 feet and 2 steps, I ran to the outer room and saw my husband fell straight to the ground. He quickly reached out and pressed his mouth, and there was no breath at all. Shocked. I wonder where your empress is now. He immediately opened the door and took a look, and he was stunned for a moment. He saw a white snake with red veins all over its body, a head like a bucket, eyes like copper bells, and a black horn on top, emerging from a mouth as big as a blood basin, sticking out a tongue more than 3 feet long. The sound of shouting to himself is very scary. Xiaoqing thought, I am in the same camp as him, and I was shocked when I saw him. No wonder my husband was scared to death. It turned out that this was the first time Xiaoqing saw the Empress's true form. If she compared herself with him, it would be like a small witch can see a big witch. Then she shouted to him, Mistress, mistress. My husband is scared to death by you, why don't you hide your face quickly? How did you know that the realgar wine is really powerful before the medicine wears off? If you have little merit, you will feel as if you have eaten arsenic. Even life is not guaranteed. So even though noon has passed, my mind is still fuzzy, despite your repeated calls. Totally ignored. I had to use my hands to pull out his horns. This is called tajiao. Suzhou people also call it ajiata, which means asking if he is conscious. The Empress felt something, so Xiaoqing grabbed the horn. He followed suit, came to the bed, pushed the snake's head into the tent, and circled it vigorously. Just like the turning mill, it was actually a full bed. Just take a single quilt and cover yourself. Then he stood in front of the bed and called in a low voice, Mother, wake up. Wake up. After another pause, I could see the quilt gradually shrinking and moving. After another pause, there was a slight sound in my throat. Xiaoqing took off the sheet and saw that she was still a stunning beauty. Fang said, Ms., my husband was frightened to death by you. He still can't get up. The Empress seemed to wake up from a dream and hurriedly asked, Where was my husband frightened to death? Xiaoqing said, Just outside the room. Upon hearing this, the Empress said, Scared out of my wits. Sit up. After putting on my bottom clothes and changing into a casual undershirt, I got out of bed and hurried outside. Unexpectedly, his legs were numb and he fell down. He got up and walked forward on his knees, crying, Husband, my wife has harmed you. Tears fell like rain. Breathing into him mouth to mouth, the hot air was replaced by cold air, and there was no sound at all. It's really dead. The Empress was heartbroken and complained, I originally asked you to watch the dragon boat and not go upstairs, but you didn't listen to my wife and poured realgar wine on me to get to this point. Otherwise, I thought I would be able to pass by at noon. Nowadays, repaying kindness is turning into enmity, which is a wife's sin. It really reaches heaven. Xiaoqing said, It's useless to cry. Why don't you follow my opinion and bury your husband properly? Then my wife and I will travel all over the world. Are you afraid that there will be no passionate and beautiful husband? The Empress said, "What do you mean?" "On the order of the Golden Mother, I went down the mountain to repay my kindness." It's not about lust. Now that he is dead, it is even worse that I am still alive. I just failed you and me. You won't have to worry about me after I die. I hope you can visit another famous teacher and achieve success as soon as possible. Stop looking after me. Just go. Shao Qing said, hearing what the Empress said, I remembered it. The Empress asked, "What do you remember?" Shao Qing said, "On weekdays, I heard the Empress talking about the elixir of elixir and the rejuvenation grass in Kunlun Mountain. Why not take one from the fairy mountain? Aren't you afraid that you can't save your husband? But it would be better if the Empress goes there in person." The Empress nodded and said, "This grass originally existed in the fairy mountain. Fortunately, you mentioned it, but I forgot about it." It can be seen that the Empress is in a state of confusion at this time. As the saying goes, bystanders are clear but the authorities are confused. After being reminded and calming down, she ordered Shao Qing to carry the body of the husband to his gums and lie down stiffly. He clenched his fists with both hands. He also held a bottle of Sha medicine in his hand. It was clear that he was here to save me. How could he not make the Empress very sad? Shao Qing said, "My queen, don't be sad. I just need to wait for the fairy grass to be brought, and my husband can return the sun. It's not too late, let's go quickly." The Empress wiped her tears and said, "Qinger, I have something to say to you. You must follow them one by one and keep them in mind. Today, I ask you to serve me. I will always stay with you in the room and don't leave. You can ask the waiter to take care of 3 meals a day, and you will be in charge. If the 2 gangs ask about the master, it is very important that you just say that he is sick in bed and not leak the news or arouse suspicion. I don't know if it will be bad or good for me to go. If something unexpected happens, I will never come back." Shao Qing said, "Why do you say this?" "I think the Empress has such magical powers, so what else does she have to worry about?" The Empress said, "You don't know the pros and cons of this. Although Kunlun is far away, I am not afraid. I just have someone watching over me in the cave. The deer boy can resist the enemy, but if I meet the white crane boy, my life will be in danger." Shao Qing said, "Thanks to your sincerity, Ji Ren has his own destiny and guarantees that he will come back in the morning." The Empress said, "Even so, it is difficult to determine the time. Go get a piece of soil and put it on the master's chest." Shao Qing asked what the intention was. The Empress continued, "An ancient saying says, all things are hidden in the soil, so that they can keep their ghosts lingering and hide them in their chests. With your spirit and aura protecting them, you can keep the corpses invincible. There is one more thing that is also very important. Close the south window to prevent the heat from coming in. Open the north window to let in the cool breeze." No other meaning. He also had to light a lamp in front of his head. Not only was he not ignorant, but he also did it in a standard way. If this lamp goes out, I am already dead. Don't expect me to return to Suzhou City. If you have any sympathy for the master and disciple, you can bury my husband and visit another famous teacher to practice Taoism. If this lamp does not go out, I will still be alive. You have to take care of everything. Xiao Qing said, My maid already understands, please feel free to go. The Empress had no other instructions, so she hurriedly opened the box, took out a set of clothes, then tied her black hair into a double bun, and 4 strands of red beard, which were dragged on her temples. She was wearing a white silk cloud dress. He wears scarlet brocade-embellished trousers, white socks and rice dumpling shoes, and a goose-yellow silk ribbon around his waist. He has a green-edged sword stuck in his back and a whisk in his hand. After dressing up, he gave Xiao Qing a few more words, looked at Su Xian's body, and said, My lord, please sleep in peace. My wife, I'll say goodbye to you for now. Then he turned around and went out of the window, riding the clouds and light, heading towards Kunlun Mountain. I'll talk about what's going on here slowly. Shan Shuo was so eager to save her husband that she hurriedly walked for 2 days in the clouds and mist, crossing countless mountains and rivers. I'm glad that Kunlun is already in front of me, but I can see the red light shining through the mountains. The colors are soaring into the sky, so I dare not ride on the clouds and walk up the mountain. Along the way, we looked at the cascading mountains, towering ancient trees, exotic flowers and plants, monsters and rare birds. The scenery was indeed completely different from the ordinary world. While watching, a white crane suddenly flew from mid-air. The queen was so frightened that she fell down on the hillside. I just thought that I was an enemy of my enemy and wanted to take my life. Unexpectedly, it was an ordinary crane that had already flown by. After the shock subsided, he got up and stepped forward again. Hearing the gurgling water, he saw a clear spring pouring down the water. There was a white jade archway built high there, smooth and flawless, with a blue plaque on it. It says, Dong Tian blessed land, the left and right couplets on the stone pillars, the upper couplet is, Tai Chi Yuan Wuji, and the second couplet is, innate is acquired. Because the immortal man is in charge of the Tai Chi diagram of the universe, he has this way. Walking forward further, passing through the archway, I heard turbulent waves again. There were no boats in the deep and wide mountain stream, so I knew it was a weak water. Even goose feathers will sink. There are 3 bridges on it. They are so high and narrow that I can't possibly cross them. It's really heartbreaking. The middle bridge is made of cinnabar, glowing with red light. The left bridge is like made of red gold, shining with golden light. The right bridge is like made of silver, with brilliant silver light and dazzling brilliance. It is difficult to distinguish clearly. Looking back at the back of the archway, there is also a plaque with the words, Kifankyo. The Empress thought, this bridge is the place where immortals and mortals meet. But you can't walk on the red bridge and the gold bridge, so you can cross it from the silver bridge on the right. Unexpectedly, the silver light shines so brightly that it is difficult to open the eyes. I had to close my eyes and slowly walk up the bridge. I wonder if the Empress could cross the bridge and steal the jelly grass and go home. Let's see how it is decomposed next time. Chapter 18, Stealing Grass. But it was said that the Empress was determined to save her husband, risking her own life and risking her life to come to Kunlun Mountain. Walk to the Giffen Bridge. As I walked across the shining silver bridge, I couldn't close my eyes, so I had to lower my head and close my eyes while walking, silently wishing the immortal to bless me. Before I knew it, I had crossed the silver bridge and claimed to be lucky. Looking around, a fairyland is extraordinary, surrounded by forests and everlasting flowers. I see towering palaces over there with stacked towers. It seemed to be in the middle of the clouds and mist, appearing and disappearing, and looking at the flat slope, there was a tall fairy cave with the words, Tai Chi Palace, written on it. The inner door is closed, but there is also a pair of couplets engraved on it. The first couplet is, Tao unites with heaven and heart unites with Tao. The second line is, Tong Xian Miao Miao Xian Tong. The Empress watched all the way and moved forward. Walking up from the agate stone slope, there are green pines and cypresses on both sides, but I don't know where to find Ganoderma lucidum and fairy grass. I remember that master once said that he was only around the alchemy furnace. I'll go to the cave gate and follow you for a reconnaissance. As he was taking steps, he suddenly heard a sound of "ah," and the cave door opened. He hurriedly dodged to the side of the tree and saw a fairy boy walking out of it. It was this enemy named Baiha Tonger. It was born with a long neck and a tall head, which was very scary. There was a cinnabar red spot on the top. Her hair is tied up in a double bun, and her mouth is similar to that of Thunder God. She is wearing a white feather coat, a pair of scarlet crotch trousers, white socks and rice dumpling shoes, and holds a fly whisk on her waist. He was ordered by his master to guard the alchemy furnace Sakeo here. He was afraid that some wild beasts would come and steal it, so he went out to check it every day. There he stretched his neck and looked around, not daring to leave without permission. Fortunately, the Empress hid quickly and was never seen by him. If he met her face to face, she would not be able to escape even if she stole the fairy grass. Because the crane is the nemesis of the snake, you can't resist it due to your profound knowledge. You can only stay away from it. Since it is said in this way, the snake is next to the crane in front of you, very close to each other, is there any reason why you can't hear it? But the snake, the Empress, was very ordinary. After eating the nectar given by the Golden Mother and vomiting out the poisonous water, the smell of some snakes was gone, so Hatong couldn't smell it. If it were Shaoqing, he had already found out. Although the Empress escaped at this time, she was extremely anxious. At this moment, another fairy boy came out, with 2 horns on his head, wearing purple clothes with plum blossom spots and green trousers. He was the elk fairy boy, also in charge of Ganoderma lucidum and fairy grass. Also in charge of the alchemy furnace. Now, according to the master's decree, the white crane boy came in and called out, "Brother, master is calling you in." He Tong said, "What is master doing here? What is he calling me for?" Lu Tong replied, Master is meditating inside. I don't know anyone. You'll know what's going on when you go in, Hatong said. Junior brother is here to guard, so be careful. Turn back. Besides, when the Empress saw the crane boy entering and the deer boy coming out, she was secretly happy. She might as well come forward to meet her. Then she flashed out of the woods, without showing any impatience on her face, waving her hands. Whisk in the dust, he floated forward, raised his hand and said, Great Immortal. The head is bowed. Hearing someone speaking, Lu Tong turned around and looked up and down at the Empress. Although his eyes were wide open, he couldn't see his origin. He also said back, Please, who is the envoy of Taoist Master? Sent from where? The Empress said, I met once hundreds of years ago. Did the Great Immortal forget it? Lu Tong said, No wonder he has a good face. I have forgotten where we will meet, but I have to ask for advice. The Empress deceived him and couldn't see it. She suddenly had a plan in her mind and said, I am the boy in yellow under the stage of Immortal Master Dongbin. Hundreds of years ago, I was in Yaoqi. I met Brother Dao. Lu Tong said, There is courage. Don't know what to do today? The Empress said, I have been ordered by my master to discuss the Peach Conference. First, we need to search the immortals and ask for instructions in order to invite the Holy Mother and all the immortals to meet. Please inform the immortal. The dear boy only knew that this was true, and said, Please wait a little while and let me go in to report. But I was ordered to guard the alchemy furnace, and these Ganoderma lucidum and fairy grass are inseparable. If wild immortals and strange beasts come to steal it, it will be fine. I have no choice but to ask you to watch over me once. I will come as soon as I get in. The Empress said, Leave it to my younger brother, but please don't worry. Said. Sure enough, Lu Tong turned around and went in. I was overjoyed and said to myself, Okay, if you don't do it now, you'll have to wait until later. It turns out that the Empress knows the fairy grass, and the dear boy pointed it to this side. There is no doubt that it is the Ganoderma fairy grass. If you delay a little, it will be difficult to steal it. After making up his mind, he quickly walked over and knelt down. Seeing that the color of Zakeo was crystal clear and very cute, I reached out and gently picked a petal. After all, the Empress has roots. She is no different from ordinary monsters and is greedy to take more. She wholeheartedly wanted to save her husband, so she took the Ganoderma lucidum and didn't dare to waste time. She got up and walked, but failed to ride on the clouds. He was dripping with sweat from walking and his clothes were soaked through. Because the fairy mountain is no better than other places. How can those who know the rules be so unbridled as to ride on the clouds? At this moment, the dear boy came into the cave to report that he saw the Antarctic immortal sitting on a futon, as if he was fast asleep. The crane boy was also waiting beside him. He asked his senior brother in a low voice. Master called you in. What do you have to say? Hatong said, Junior brother, don't talk about it. The master has been out of concentration. He reported it several times but didn't say a word, so he waited. "What did you come in for?" Dear Tong said, "There is a Dongbin immortal coming from outside. He said he has something to report and came here to see him." Hatong said, "Junior brother, you and I have come in, but who can we ask to guard the alchemy furnace immortal grass?" The dear boy said, "It's okay. I've asked the boy in yellow to take care of it for a while. It's just that master needs to wake up." When the two boys were asking questions, they saw the immortal raising his hands and scratching his longevity head. His scalp was often itchy. Because the mortals in the lower world held his scalp, saying things like, "Tear down the old longevity star," "Don't cheat the old longevity star," "Shit out the old longevity star," "Cotton longevity star," and "Antique old birthday star." There were too many people holding his hand, so he often had to itchy. Why do you have to raise your hands when you scratch an itch? And because the immortal man's body is only 5 feet long, including his head, and his head is 2 feet and 5 inches long. If you don't raise your hands high, you can't scratch him. Moreover, he was blinded and remained calm all day long, laughing and laughing all the time. At this time, the two children, Helu and Helu, saw that their master had woken up. One of them came forward to report, "Master, what is the purpose of calling Hatong?" The other one also reported, "Now there is immortal Master Dongbin, who has sent a boy in yellow to come. Because he wants to inspect the immortals, he came here to report to you." The immortal heard this and didn't reply, as if he hadn't heard anything. Tong said it again. Still didn't answer, just frowned, and said, "It's a pity that he has gone." The two boys didn't understand what they said. The immortal Wang said again, "I think you are still shallow and cannot understand the secrets of Xian Gong. How come the boy in yellow is here? How can he get Lu Zu's jade voice? He is a snake demon. He has been practicing in Mount Amei for thousands of years. One leaf of Xianji had been stolen, so I frowned. You are hard to distinguish between immortals and monsters, your eyes are like blindness, you are my disciple in vain, yet you come in and report to me. Seeing you standing in the immortal class, wouldn't you be ashamed?" The second boy confessed that he was guilty. This lecture. The dear boy was dumbfounded and retreated in dismay. When they walked out of the cave door, the boy in yellow disappeared. As expected, a petal of the fairy grass was lost. He was so angry that the 3 zombie gods jumped violently, smoke came out of his 7 orifices, and he screamed loudly. He cursed, "You brave evil spirit, how dare you coax me into the cave?" He stole Xianji and got away with it, but he still got it. I am determined to hunt him down and kill him. I hate feng shui. It turned out that the dear boy had been scolded by his master. He wanted to take out his anger on the white lady, so he immediately held his 2 halberds and chased after her on the clouds. After all, flying in the clouds was faster than walking. In a moment, he was in front of him. He shouted, "Stop leaving, snake demon! Come and die quickly!" The Empress heard the cry, raised her head and saw that it was the dear boy. She felt a little relieved. If the crane boy chased me, my life would be in danger. Wouldn't it be a waste of all my efforts? Although it doesn't matter, wait until I step forward to salute him. See how? He said, the immortal has invited me. In fact, my husband's illness is critical and cannot be cured by ordinary medicine, so I risk my life to come here to beg for a leaf of Xianji to save my husband's life. I look up to the great immortal to convey my kindness and convenience. Please forgive me for my sin of unauthorized taking. I will never forget my kindness. The dear boy said, "You evil monster, how dare you speak sharply?" The demon took human form, pretended to be a fairy boy, and coaxed me inside. Stealing Xianji is really hateful. I came here to take your life. After that, she came down as if flying, held up her 2 halberds, and stabbed straight into her chest. The Empress dodged sideways, but she begged, "Don't be so rash, the immortal. Everything depends on the face of the immortal. I hope Rongqing will forgive me and add a glimmer of grace." The dear boy was breathless and cursed, "You evil monster. No matter how sweet you talk, you can never escape." 2 more halberds were stabbed at him. Seeing that her pleas were in vain, the Empress felt her heart getting angry. She stretched out her hand and drew out her sword to fight. The sword came and went, and they fought on the mountain twice. However, 1 sword cannot be used as 2 halberds. Look at the defeated general. He thought to himself, "If I don't kill him now, he will think that I am not worth half a penny." So he spit out the Hunyuan pearl in his mouth, and hit him in the face with a white light. The dear boy was hit by the light and couldn't open his eyes. He yelled "No," and hurriedly turned around and ran away. The pearl hit my back, and the pain was abnormal. I screamed that it was so powerful, and turned around and walked away. The Empress was secretly happy, fought off the dear boy, and headed south with peace of mind. After crossing the Gafan Bridge and walking down the hillside, you can ride on the clouds. Calculate that I have not spent a single night in this fairy mountain. Unexpectedly, it has been more than 2 days. Speak of the Queen and go away on clouds. Besides, the immortal man was still meditating there, and Hetong spoke again, "Master, I just called the disciples to come in. What is the reward?" The immortal man said, "Young master, I am going to patrol the mountains with you. You are here to serve me." Although Hetong said yes, he secretly thought. The old man is a little dazed with his old age. "Since we were just stopping to patrol the mountain, why did you come to call me so early? When you waited for me, you were deceived by the snake demon and stole the fairy grass. It turned out that there was no one in my fairy mountain. You should send me to capture him and treat me to a meal of 3 fresh noodles that suit your appetite." He didn't want it. "It's really annoying to have me stand for a long time." Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Lu Tong coming injured and shouting, "Master, the disciple has been beaten." Hetong asked, "The one who broke you?" The dear boy said, "Being hit by this snake demon hurts me to death." After Hetong heard this, he became very angry and wanted to avenge his junior brother. and I was afraid that the master would not allow it. But I find it unreasonable, so I retreat to the cave door and think about it again. So he shouted, "Master, since the junior brother has been injured, please wait for the apprentice to go out and guard the alchemy furnace." Then he slowly backed away, becoming more and more angry as he thought about it. I couldn't help but hide it from the master, flew after him, and ate the snake monster. Just take back the fairy grass and get revenge with your junior brother. Changing his thoughts, he immediately spread his wings and ran after me. The immortal man inside still smiled and said to the dear boy, "You didn't come to report to me first, and you chased after it without permission, so you have this suffering." Dear Tong said, "I am really angry with him for daring to steal from Master's cave." There is no teacher. The master did not avenge his disciple, but instead punished him. Why? Xian Wang said, "How do you know his roots? If you say yes, you are not as good as him. Although he is a snake demon, he once swept the fallen leaves in the peach garden. That day I went to see the Golden Mother and begged for salvation, but my kindness was not repaid." It is difficult to enter the immortal class if the grudges are not resolved. The Holy Mother gave him a cup of nectar and ordered him to descend to earth to settle this grudge. Now, because I was eager to save my husband, I stole this immortal mushroom. I thought he was sincere, so I didn't pursue it. If they want to take him, as long as Hatong goes forward and enemies meet, his life will be inevitable. Now that you are in pain, take a magic elixir and apply it quickly, and take rest-restoring tablets for a while. The dear boy took the order and went away. The immortal was about to go out to patrol the mountain and summoned the crane boy. The crane boy was not in front of the cave, so he knew that he was chasing the white snake. "I'll wait for a while. Besides, the crane boy has very fast wings." He had seen it earlier. "The Empress is riding on the clouds in front of me." The pursuit is getting closer and closer. She shouted, "Grandpa Anha is here, and I still want to go there." The Empress looked back in the clouds and missed. The fright was so great that she almost couldn't stand on the cloud head and fell down. Because they were enemies, I suddenly felt numb in all the joints in my body, and my life was at risk. I knew I had stolen the fairy grass. It would be better to die here than to die with her husband on the top of the building. But when things came to a close, it was useless to be anxious. I could only cry out, "Master Crane, please spare my life." Hatong said, "You evil monster, you stole the immortal mushroom and hurt my junior brother. Do you still want to live?" He was coming with a sword. The Empress did not dare to resist the enemy and hurriedly lowered her head. Taking the fairy grass into his mouth, he showed his original shape and looked at the path to escape. Hatong also revealed his true form and came after him. I don't know how Bai Nyang Nyang's life is, maybe she can escape from this difficulty. Let's see what happens next. Chapter 19, Saving Husband. But when the Empress saw the crane boy chasing after her, she knew she had no way to escape. The snake was lying on the ground waiting for death, motionless. Although he was resigned to his fate, he was actually exhausted and could no longer swim. At this time, Hatong was about to fly over. Seeing this shape, he was afraid that he had a plan, so he didn't dare to fall down rashly. It only hovered in the air once, but still didn't see any movement, and then it began to fly down with its wings. First, he stretched out 1 foot like an iron anchor and caught the white snake within 7 inches. The claw marks were so deep that the skin and flesh were torn. Just as he was about to open his mouth and peck his snake head, he suddenly heard a Taoist shouting from behind, "Hatong, don't do this." He turned around and saw that it was the master. He quickly relaxed his paws and still changed into human form. "Get down on your knees." The immortal man said, "Hello, you are not obeying the teacher's orders and acting rashly. We know that this demon has a lot of origins and should not die at your hands. He will have his own retribution in the future." Hatong said, "The disciple stole the immortal because of him. Gee, that's all. He also relied on force to hurt my junior brother, so he was very angry. He took the liberty to come here for revenge." The immortal told him not to talk nonsense, and explained the origin of the snake demon in detail, and then said, "If you hurt his life, even I will be guilty of negligence. Don't do this again in the future. Go back to the cave gate and guard it." Hatong had no choice but to plead guilty and leave without expressing his guilt. Besides, when the immortal saw that the white snake had been seriously injured on the 7 inches, he ordered the fairy boy holding the staff to take out a magic pill from the gourd and apply it on the wound. He was cured immediately and ordered the 6 branches to quickly transform into a human form. The white snake was lying on the ground. It was dazed and did not know whether it was dead or not, but it felt unbearable pain on its back. After a while, I suddenly smelled a fragrance, felt refreshed, and the pain gradually disappeared. I heard him call me 6 branches, and when I raised my eyes, I knew it was an immortal coming to save me. He hurriedly retreated, changed his human form, took out the fairy mushroom from his mouth, hid it in his arms, walked up the hillside, knelt down on the ground, and said, "6 branches of the little demon. When I see the immortal, I wish the immortal to live forever." Xianwang said, "Listen to me. I was meditating on a futon, and suddenly on a whim, I knew that you were being chased by a crane boy, and your life was hanging on your breath, so I came here to save you. Although you stole the fairy mushroom privately, it was a sin, but I hope you can be sincere." After descending to the mortal world, keep oneself in peace, do not have evil thoughts, and obey the orders of the Golden Mother. But the 5th day of Dragon Boat Festival has passed. If there is any further delay, your body will be destroyed and your spirit will be scattered. Your husband will not be able to be saved. Now let me help you with a burst of fairy wind and fulfill your wish." The Empress asked, "I wonder what will happen to the little demon later?" Please also ask the immortal for instructions. After hearing this, the immortal could not reveal the secret of heaven. But he felt pity for him because he said, "I have 4 words for you to listen to. Don't worry about troubles in your life. Ask the upper world to know the root cause. The words of gold and jade must be remembered. Don't ask for help from an old monk in the mountains. This is my message, and you must remember it closely." Just ride on the clouds." The Empress said, "How dare the little demon be so presumptuous in front of the immortal?" Xian Wang said, "I forgive you for not being guilty. Speed is the best." The Empress has excused herself before she dared to ride on the clouds. But now that she has to go home, she will be delayed for 2 days on the road, and she may not be able to save her. So the immortal raised the fly whisk. A brush on the Empress's back gave him a fairy wind. He also chanted the mantra and urged him to turn into fairy clouds, as fast as a galloping horse, and he could only hear the constant whistling of the wind in his ears. It took half a day to arrive in Sioux City. This shows that the power of the immortal is boundless. Here the immortal has returned to Tai Chi Palace, so there is no need to mention it. Shan Shua, the Empress, arrived in Suzhou. After clearing the clouds and mist, I saw that it was my own home, falling from the center of the courtyard, and I was happy that no one saw it. He walked gently up the stairs, approached the door, stood still, and listened carefully. He heard that Shao Qing was still guarding the corpse in the room. Although he was complaining, he was only thinking about his mistress and had not lost his conscience. That's respectable. Immediately he pushed the door open and called Shao Qing. When Shao Qing saw the Empress coming back, her worries turned into joy, and she called her back and said, "My husband is in bed, I'm protecting him with cold clouds, and he's fine." The Empress nodded, changed out of her fairy boy clothes, and still wore her old clothes. Day dress. I praise Shao Qing for his meticulous work. I owe you for this great contribution. Shao Qing looked at the scene with a smile on her face, and asked, "Have you got the Xianji already?" When the Empress heard his question, she replied with tears in her eyes, "It's a long story, but the future will be slow. I'll tell you later. It's important to save my husband at this time." He took out the fairy mushroom from his arms and handed it to Shao Qing to fry quickly. Shao Qing took it in her hand and saw that this piece of fairy mushroom was similar to a seedling, more than 5 inches long, and very plain. Quickly put it into the ginseng jar and fry it on the charcoal fire. When the water boils, the aroma fills the room and reaches your forehead, and you feel refreshed. Moreover, this piece of grass becomes greener and greener as it is fried, so it can bring the dead back to life. After Shao Qing had fried it, the Empress poured it into the bowl with her own hands, then gave the fried grass to Shao Qing, tied it with red silk thread, and hung it in a windy and sunny place, where it would later be of great use. Shao Qing took the order and left. The Empress took a look at the bowl of fairy soup. It was green and extremely beautiful. He also called Shao Qing to come forward and help his fellow generals to lift up the husband. One is in the inner bed and the other is in the outer bed, holding a handkerchief and stuffing it under his neck. Unexpectedly, the jaws in his mouth were locked tightly and it was difficult to take the medicine, so he had to use a silver hairpin to gently open it. Fong took a teaspoon and filled the soup with it, then poured it down slowly. In no time, the whole bowl of soup was finished. It's strange to say that once the immortal soup was in his stomach, all the hair orifices and joints all over his body were connected up to the Naiwan Palace and down to the Yongquan Point. Even the broken gallbladder was repaired for him. It's a bit bigger than before, so even if I get scared later, my courage won't be broken again. After a while, there was a slight breath in Su Xian's throat, his body became gentle, and he gradually began to move. The Empress and Shao Qing quickly shouted, "The official wakes up. My husband wakes up." Su Xian seemed to have had a big dream, and he woke up and returned to the sun. Hearing the shouting in his ears, he opened his eyes dimly and said in feeble surprise, "I remember that on the Dragon Boat Festival, my wives and maids all fell ill. How come you are not sick today, but I am sick in bed?" Here, with a lazy mind, he turned over and fell asleep again, snoring deeply. The Empress waved her hand and told Shao Qing not to disturb him. Seeing that it was getting late, he asked him to go downstairs to prepare the night meal. After Shao Qing was ordered to go, he called in the waiter to help, and cooked the food. The waiter took it to the shop while Shao Qing carried it upstairs. The Empress has not eaten fireworks for 6 days. Now that he was feeling at ease, Fang and Shao Qing ate some. After cleaning up, the Empress ordered him to go to bed first. She also undressed and took off her belt, and slept peacefully with her husband. He slept from dusk until dawn. Su Xian got up first, and Shao Qing brought him some tea and snacks, but she saw that he had finished washing up in a hurry and had eaten a little. Without saying a word, he left and went downstairs. At that time, Su Xian came to the shop, and the two groups asked together, "Brother Han, you haven't been out for the past few days, but are you sick?" Su Xian said, "My wife was sick, but she is fine now." The two groups said, "There's something wrong with this sentence." Because Dong Wang had not been out for days, we came in to say hello. According to Sister Qing, my husband is ill in bed. So I asked about Brother Han. Su Xiandao, Shao Qing was ill for a few days and is now well. I would like to ask Mr. Air, did you go to Huqiu to watch the dragon boats on the Dragon Boat Festival yesterday? The second group said, Brother Han made a mistake. There was a dragon boat on Duanyang Festival, and yesterday was the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. Not to mention that we didn't have time to go out. Even if we were out sightseeing, there would be no dragon boats to see. Su Xiandao, yesterday was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. It's the 6th day of the lunar month. How can we say it's the 10th day of the lunar month? The second group said, what a joke. Brother Han has been ill for 2 days. Why are the dates wrong for 4 or 5 days? Just look at the daily cleaning account in the store and you will understand. Then he spread the account book in front of Su Guan and said, look, it was the 9th day of the lunar month yesterday, but it's the 10th day of the lunar month today? Su Xiandao, I'll come when I want. This idea doesn't matter. I was immediately stunned. I remembered, on the day of Dragon Boat Festival, I took the Sha medicine and went upstairs, and heard the sound of whistling. When I opened the door curtain, I saw a huge monster. Thinking of this, I suddenly said, ah, and stood up. He walked until he sat down in the hall, as if he had gone crazy. The second gang was also shocked and they saw him like this. Zhanghua said, "My boss's illness has not recovered yet. Why didn't you call a doctor instead of letting him go outside? Aren't you afraid that he won't feel the wind?" Li Hua said, "No wonder Brother Han doesn't understand what he's talking about and what he asks is wrong." Answer: I look. I'm afraid I'm suffering from typhoid fever, and I'm going crazy and delirium. The two groups talked in secret, saying that he was ill. In fact, Su Xian sat blankly in the hall, his heart beating wildly. There must be such a giant monster in his room. He has a wife and a maid. They are all demonized in human form. The more I think about it, the more suspicious I become. The more suspicious he became, the more frightened he became, thinking, I am a good person, so how can I keep company with him? I might as well stay in the shop for the time being. I made up my mind and walked into the shop again. The two men were startled and said hurriedly, Brother Han, why did you come out again? There is wind in the store, and it is important for the patient to take shelter from the wind. After all, it's better to go into the room and sleep peacefully. Invite a doctor to come and take a look. Su Xian said angrily, what you are saying is really fart. Who is sick? What kind of doctor should I call? The two gangs saw that their favor turned into irritation, so they had no choice but to keep silent. Su Xian was the only one who was full of doubts and did not dare to enter the house to see his wife again. Stay out of hiding. When it was time for lunch, I didn't go in and just ate some food outside. After dusk, we also had dinner in the restaurant. When the shop was closed, the young waiter went inside and reported to the Empress, saying, the shop has been abandoned for 5 or 6 days, and I inspected the shop and cleaned up the accounts. There was no time to enter the room, so he rested in the shop. When the lady inside learned about it, she didn't care at all, but asked Xiaoqing to take out the mosquito net and other things and hand them over to the second generation for arrangement. At first, she was not suspicious, but she kept pushing and blocking her for several days and refused to go upstairs day and night. It is obvious that my husband has a different intention. Then he counted the yin and yang in his sleeves, and sure enough, he burst into tears when the Dragon Boat Festival appeared. But Xiaoqing came in bringing tea. He saw the Empress was miserable and asked why. When the Empress told her the reason, Xiaoqing became irritable and said, since he is so unkind, how can we go even further with him? Are there no beautiful men in the world? The Empress said, the truth is, I am here to repay my kindness. Don't worry, you will be wrong. I have something to ask you to do today. When you arrive tomorrow, prepare a banquet of wine and food in the kitchen for me. Because your master ate the grass jelly and got rid of the word "mi" on his chest. No wonder he is afraid and dare not get close to me. Now I thought of a plan to make him regain his consciousness and throw away his fear. As long as you follow me and handle it like this, his doubts will be completely dispelled. Xiaoqing took the order. After sending overnight meals that night, he invited me twice. Su Xian still didn't enter the room. The two groups tried to persuade each other, saying, "Brother Han, please go in and sleep tonight." After all, husband and wife are inseparable. Even if they quarrel twice, it is an ordinary and trivial matter, and it will be over in a few days. Besides, Sister Qing invited each other twice. With this tone you can get rid of it, so why bother with one opinion? I advise you to go in. Su Xiandao, you don't know. I won't go in without any persuasion. The two men tried to persuade him not to listen, so they just asked for it. Su Xian stayed outside that night. When the Ming dynasty came, Shao Qing inside prepared the food and wine according to the payment made by the empress. It was already the noon time. Went to the shop again to invite him. When Su Xian saw it, he pretended to be busy, took out an account book, opened it, looked at it, and did some random calculations with the abacus. Shao Qing called to the husband and said, "My maid, by order of the empress, asks the husband to come in and discuss something." Su Xian said, "I don't have time." Too late to come in. If you have something to say, just spread the word. Shao Qing said, "Since my husband is busy in the shop, he only needs to go in for a while and can come out without saying a few words." Su Xiandao, we are checking out now, and I can't get out of my way. What should I do? Shao Qing said, "It's irrelevant. The queen pays." My husband must go in. If you don't go, just say that my invitation is not sincere, and I will be punished by the empress. Li Hua looked aside and saw if there were any important accounts, so he said, "Brother Han is not calculating accounts, but a calendar for every other year. Let's see what he does." Su Xian said, "Oh, I got the wrong one." Li Hua said, "Brother Han, I want to persuade you again today. I think the Empress specially invited you in, obviously to make amends for your sins, but you still refuse to go along with the situation. The Empress must come out to make amends in person. It's not decent after all. Come in quickly." Zhang Hua also said, "Don't bring us into trouble if we don't go in again. The Empress will definitely punish Sister Qing. Why don't we accompany you in?" Shao Qing took advantage of the situation and said, "Would like to trouble my two gentlemen to advise you, so that my little maid will not be blamed." Zhang Hua said, "Sister Qing, don't worry. You go in first and wait. We will take care of you and send your husband in." Shao Qing thanked the two men, Zhang and Li, pushed and pushed Su Xian, one to persuade him and the other to leave, not letting him make the decision on his own. They sent him into the warehouse door, locked the door, and went back to the shop. At this time Su Xian had no choice but to go inside. I don't know how to explain the mystery after meeting the Empress. Let's make peace. Let's see the breakdown next time. Chapter 20: The Maidservant Fight. But Su Xian was sent in by the two gangs, and when he got inside, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Firstly, I heard that the Empress was approaching the door of the building, and secondly, I was afraid that my wife would turn into anger from shame and show her true colors, and I would be killed immediately. So I forced a smile on my face and walked upstairs bravely. The Empress came out of the room to greet her and went in hand. However, the immortal official sat close to the door, fearing that if something happened, it would be easier to escape. The Empress asked about how busy the store was, and Su Xian said, "Business is very good. Coming in now is a break from the busy work." I don't know if you have any advice? When I was asking, Shaoqing brought in tea. The Empress first asked Shaoqing to arrange the food and wine, and then said, "My wife, I will serve you a glass of water and wine today to talk to my husband." Su Xian asked, "Why is this wine created?" The Empress said, "Sit down and wait for me to chat with you in detail." Su Xian said hurriedly, "I have already had breakfast in the shop, and I'm afraid I can't eat it now." The Empress said, "Why don't you sit down? It's important." Su Xian could only say, "Yes." I thought to myself, don't reject his love. If you offend him, I'm afraid that if you run away to the store, he will chase you. It's better to have a couple of drinks in gratitude and think of a way to escape. At this time, Shaoqing had put the food and wine on the table, and had already unloaded his body to do his business. So after the Empress asked him to sit down, she personally held the pot and toasted. And said, "Because this is a festive day in the sky, I will do it. My wife is sick in bed." We were unable to spend the good time chatting and drinking together, so today we specially prepared course food to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival with the officials. Speaking of this, Su Xian hurriedly stopped and said, "Oh my lady, don't mention the word Duanyang anymore." But the Empress ignored him and still said, "This is just a hint of my wife's affection. I'll give you a big cup." Su Xiandao, "The small cup is enough." The Empress said, "In this case, how about I just offer you a toast?" He brought a big cup over and poured a full cup. The wine on the cup seemed to have a few specks of dust floating on it, so he took a steamed bun, raked it over the wine a few times, and wrote the word "mi" in secret. Fang Shidu will pass. Su Xian took it in his hand and drank it all in one gulp, having already put the word "mystery" into his heart. As expected, it was very effective, so he took a breath and said, "I'm so sorry, madam, let's change to a smaller cup." The madam agreed and wanted to hold the pot for another toast, but she didn't know that the wine in the pot was gone. He hurriedly called Shaoqing to come upstairs to refill the wine. After calling several times and getting no response, he stood up and said, "Master, please sit down, and the wife will go and get it herself." Su Xian couldn't stop him and saw him gently moving the lotus. Stepping forward, holding a silver pot in hand, she walked out of the outer room gracefully. Such beauty and charm are unparalleled. If you really have a lot of money, you will be blessed with a lifetime of happiness. It's a pity that he was transformed by a snake demon, so I wasted all my efforts. Just when he was about to change his mind, he suddenly heard a loud sound from the outer room, followed by a whirring sound. Su Xian hurriedly walked out and saw his wife's body. He fell down the stairs and threw the wine bottle aside. He saw another big snake, which was similar to the one he saw before. He shouted, "Shaoqing, come quickly." Why is Xiaoqing missing and not promising to come immediately? It turned out that Xiaoqing was very busy, doing a one-man show there. You have to change into a snake and a girl at the same time. No matter how fast you become, it will always be too late, so you can't agree to go upstairs for a while. You must know that the reason why Xiaoqing turned into a snake is because the Empress called Xiaoqing like this to ease her husband's doubts. But Xiaoqing is a snake. The color is green, and it is shorter than the white snake. Why can't Su Xian see it clearly? No wonder, if he could take a closer look, he wouldn't be scared to death. In this case, why are you not scared to death when you see a big snake now? I met him once. It was not a sudden encounter. Secondly, after eating fairy grass, his courage was completely repaired and became a little bigger than before, so he could no longer be scared to death. Several words have been expressed. Besides, Xiaoqing still transformed into a human form and slowly walked upstairs. When he saw the Empress falling to the ground, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Ah." Why is the mistress in such a state? Su Xian didn't have time to reply. He held the lady in place with one hand and pinched him with the other hand. He called out, "Madam, wake up." Xiaoqing also called, "Madam, wake up." The Empress pretended to be dead and tried her best to catch her breath, but she couldn't wake up immediately. She waited until Su Xian pinched him. Fang Shi breathed slightly in his throat and said, "Okay, okay." Xiaoqing asked again, "Why is the queen like this?" Su Xiandao, "Xiaoqing, this house is unlivable, and a monster has appeared." Duanyang said, "See, this thing is so terrifying to say the least. You and I will help the queen into the room. Hurry up and prepare the ginger soup." Xiaoqing responded to the order, helped Su Xian, put the Empress on the couch to sleep, and then went to fry the ginger soup and send it to the upstairs room. After the Empress had eaten, Fang said, "Ah, you scared me to death." Su Xian said, "My lady is frightened. This monster is indeed terrifying." It was the same as what I saw in Duanyang, and I almost lost my life. Today, I'm scaring my wife again, so I can't live in this house anymore, so I need to prepare to move as soon as possible. The Empress said, what the officials saw was actually not a monster. Su Xian asked, "It's not a monster, what on earth is it?" The queen said, "I remember my grandfather once mentioned to my mother that there was often more corn in the barn at my house because there had been barn dragons for generations." Su Xian asked, "Can Sanglong want to harm people?" The Empress said, "Not only will it not harm anyone, but with Sanglong, the family will naturally be rich." Su Xiandao, "That's it. It's quite auspicious. But the shape is terrible." At this time, the Empress had already sat up, and asked Xiaoqing to go upstairs to refill the wine. After a while, the wine was replenished, and the couple went back to the table and sat down. Su Xian held the pot and toasted, first to calm the mother's shock, but the Empress couldn't even praise her. Dare, return the favor with a double cup. Advise him to let go of his worries. Now Su Xian is fascinated again, all doubts are gone, and he is completely different from when he came in. You have a cup, I have a cup, we talk quietly and drink until the cards are not played. Xiaoqing packed up. After giving her face water and fragrant tea, the immortal official took a closer look at the lady. She was really nice. But he didn't get up and left, sitting and chatting. The Empress deliberately teased him and said, "Since the business in the store is very busy and the accounts are too many, we also invite the officials to stay outside. Besides, it is summer, so we should sleep in separate bunks." Su Xian, however, replied with a childish tone, "I really can't let you go. I will definitely sleep with you tonight. I hope my wife will be generous and don't worry about it." After hearing this, the Empress was secretly happy. It turned out to be just a pretense of refusal. After that, the couple reconciled as before. Only Xiaoqing's Sanchi couple has not yet implemented it. She thought to herself, "I, Xiaoqing, followed the Empress and called me Lord. Slave girl. Really a master and a disciple. Therefore, I have helped him do many important things wholeheartedly, and there is no other thought." Because the Empress met with the destined person that day, she promised the husband and wife an equal share of 37, hoping to achieve success as soon as possible. After half a year, the governor never mentioned a word of it and actually erased the preface. Even when I was talking to my husband recently, I seemed to be guarding against idleness, which seemed too deceptive. The more I think about it, the more I complain. I have been listless and worried these past few days, and sometimes even shed tears. Today, when I was feeling depressed, I heard the Empress calling for tea, so I reluctantly poured a cup and brought it to the room. Just pound it in front of the Empress. The Empress said, "Do you dare to have sex in front of me?" Xiaoqing said, "How dare you have sex in front of the mistress?" The Empress said, "You don't have sex. Why are you in this situation? Can't I see that? Is it yours? I've seen you feeling very troubled and unhappy recently. There must be something unsatisfactory. You might as well tell me honestly so that I can resolve it with you." Xiaoqing was reluctant to tell the truth at first, but the Empress couldn't push her, so she honestly expressed her feelings and said, "The Empress promised me the Sanchi couple. Why have you never mentioned it yet? Isn't this a breach of trust with the girl?" The Empress said, "So it's because of this. Let me tell you. It's not that my mother-in-law refuses to speak out. It's because you are still relatively young and have not yet obtained the method of replenishing yang. You are afraid that your husband will fall in love with you and dry up your essence and blood. Therefore, I advise you to be patient for the time being. When I teach you the secret method of Xian Gong, you can accompany your husband in the future." After Xiaoqing heard these words, he was clearly trying to deceive a child. If he doesn't learn Xian Gong in 1 year, just wait for 1 year. If he doesn't learn it in 10 years, wait another 10 years. He is afraid that his youth has passed and he is about to get old. What fun is there? So I felt annoyed, and said, "Although the Empress is of high moral character, her appearance is the same. Don't talk about such deceptive words to prevaricate. I didn't dare to have wishful thinking, but the Empress said too much, saying that a man will be hurt if he gets close to her. Could it be that there is arsenic in my King's mouth? With swords and guns stuck around him? The Empress said angrily, "You bitch, you dare to push me? Even if I refuse, do you dare to do anything to me? What a bold and murderous bitch." Shaoqing said, "I, Shaoqing, have done nothing wrong, so why do you just scold me?" The Empress said, "You bitch, why bother scolding you? I promised you Sanchi and his wife before, how could I break my promise to you? You don't want to be harmful to others, so you are so impatient and frivolous. Even if I reject you now." Shaoqing heard a rejection, and all her previous efforts were in vain. She completely dismissed the words of Sanchi couple. So she said with tears in her eyes, "Mother, you are too serious. You don't remember the old friendship at all, and you keep calling me a bitch. I think I, Shaoqing, have not sold myself to seek refuge, but I met you on the way and have the right to call you my maid. You really think of me as a lowly person. I wonder how much money I sold your family for. Please quickly take out the deed of betrayal." The Empress scolded again, "You bitch, you are so presumptuous. Although I didn't sell myself here, I have no use for you here now, so hurry up and go." Shaoqing said, "If the Queen doesn't need me, I will go out. Isn't it possible that I will starve to death?" The Empress said, "Okay, okay. It depends on your ability. Can't I live without you? If you want to go, go without delay." Shaoqing said, "I really don't need it, so I have no choice but to go." At this point, the Queen didn't see him staying, so she had to swing the golden lotus and hurry downstairs. The Queen saw that he had gone. I also felt a little sad. Because they have been together for a long time and have become their confidants, once they break up, they will naturally be reluctant to part with them. Then he thought about it. He had no one he knew well here, so where would he go? Then I calculated the yin and yang, and I already understood it. The book puts aside the Empress for the time being. Besides, Shaoqing, who was sour and jealous, hurriedly walked out with tears in his eyes. Walking by the counter, Su Xian saw it at a glance and asked hurriedly, "Where is Shaoqing? Why is it like this?" Shaoqing said, "My queen, you don't need me, you kicked me out." Su Xian said, "My queen, you don't need me. I'm here. As soon as I go in and say it, that's it. Now you are a stranger, but where do you go? Just wait here for a while." Shaoqing said, "Since I don't use it, I have no glory here. What's more, after being insulted by him like this, why are you still doing it here?" Shaoqing went. After that, he went out and left. Su Xian couldn't stop shouting and quickly ordered the waiter to chase him. Who knows that Shaoqing has special magical powers? Because your waiter chased him so closely, he couldn't get close to him. He only called out from behind, "Sister Qing, my husband asked you to go back." Shaoqing didn't respond. The waiter chased him all the way to Huanglifangqiu intersection. But it happened that a load of rice firewood was picked up in front of him, and he bumped into him, causing him to stumble. When he got up to look, Shaoqing disappeared beside the firewood. The waiter thought, I can't hide in the firewood load, maybe my eyes were wrong, and then went forward to pursue it. Along the way he asked people, have you ever seen a young and beautiful woman? Those people said no. He was still determined and searched everywhere, but there was still no trace. He had to go back to the store to report to the father-in-law. Su Xian was puzzled and immediately went in to see the empress. After entering the room and sitting down, and complained, Shaoqing is not good. The lady should teach him a lesson, even if she beats him and scolds him, she should not kick him out. The lady feels unreasonable. The empress said, according to the opinions of the officials, should he be allowed to indulge in sexual violence? Su Xian hurriedly said, my dearest lady, please don't misunderstand me. Because I am a young man with haircut hair, I am in a foreign land. Besides, there are many people in Gusu, so if you meet a kidnapper, that's okay, so it's up to you to beat and scold him, and driving him out would be too much. Furthermore, Shaoqing is usually very diligent and thrifty. Even if he makes a mistake, he should be forgiven. After hearing these words, the empress couldn't help but think about it. I want to intercept him, so that he won't annoy me with his frequent visits. So he sneered slightly and said, so you have offended your sweetheart, so you are blaming me? No wonder he has been willful and quarreling with me recently. If I had known this, I would not have dared to offend your second wife. Su Xian was told by his empress that he wanted to board my boat, so he quickly said, this kind of trivial matter has nothing to do with me. Then he got up and went downstairs. When I returned to the store, I still sent the waiter out to look for her, so I didn't need to explain anything. Let's talk about Shaoqing later. He used an invisibility method and looked southeast. When he came to the wilderness, he saw the tomb of the prince's palace. He stood still and thought of an idea to compete with the empress. He immediately raised a blue cloud and drifted with the wind. I don't know where Shaoqing is coming, let's see what happens next. Chapter 21, Fragrance Fans. However, it was said that after a quarrel with the empress, Shaoqing went out to find a handsome man just like the empress, get married, have a few years of happiness, and be one step ahead of the empress, which was considered a fight. I'll ride on the clouds and follow the wind. I'll make a final decision when I get the chance. At that moment, I recited the mantra and drove up a blue cloud, thinking about the benefits of the empress. After receiving the instruction from the empress, my practice gradually deepened. In the past, the cloud was only 40 or 50 feet high, but now it is 80 or 90 feet high. A few feet away, we were encountering a strong west wind, and there was a sound of shouting around us. Following the wind, we were heading eastward. After walking for a while, we parted the clouds and mist and saw a place with green mountains and green waters. I guess there must be a beautiful man and a suitable husband. I might as well spend some time here to look for him. Before I could finish thinking about it, it just so happened that a beautiful young man with handsome face and elegant character came over there. His majesty is like that of Panan and Song Yu, like a noble eunuch. If this person becomes a couple, it will be even better than Xianggong Su of Suzhou. He quickly pressed down the cloud head and landed directly among the trees of the tomb. He turned to the tomb and sat down to wait for the young master to come. Who do you know this young man is? It sounds like he is very famous. His surname is Gu Minglian, his surname is Jin Yun, and his ancestral home is Kunshan County, Suzhou. His father is an official and minister of the Ministry of Industry, and he accompanies him in court. His mother, Pan, is a first-class lady and has only one son. At the age of 17, he was born with outstanding appearance and outstanding literary talent. Last year, I had already married with Kai Qin, but I had not yet married. I was still studying there, and Badu was making progress. Because of the hot weather in summer, he often went to the monk's room to escape the heat and play chess with the elders of the East Hall. At this time, Gu Xing saw that it was getting late, so he left the temple and returned home. Move forward slowly all the way. Suddenly, a very high-pitched cry was heard coming from deep in the woods. When he saw that it was a tomb, he thought it was a ghost's scream. He didn't even raise his head and just walked his way. Xiao Qing took a bad look at it. He is going to leave. I have to keep him in the end. He immediately used his magical power and said again, "Bitter. Blow a breath and send it directly to Gu Xing's face." The young master smells a fragrance next to his nose. It's not the fragrance of pine flowers or orchid and musk. He finds it particularly interesting and wants to take a look at him. Looking deep into the woods, the door of the tomb looking down, there was a young woman sitting here crying. I don't know what the reason is, but I'll find out when I get closer and ask. But Mr. Gu is a serious man. Doesn't he know that there are differences between men and women and it's inconvenient for them to talk to each other? All because he was fascinated by a gust of fragrance and couldn't help himself. When I got closer, I saw that she was neither a rich girl nor a poor girl. Sidewalk. It turned out to be a big girl. Why are you sitting here crying all alone? Xiao Qing said, I cried because I lost my way. If you are willing to show me the way home, I would be very grateful. The young master said, May I ask what your eldest daughter's name is, where you live, if you have any companions, and where you want to go? That's clear. I will guide you back. Xiao Qing made up a lie and replied, The little girl lives in the countryside, not far from the city. My family name is Yang, and my parents have taught me how to live. It was also listed in Pan Palace. At this point, the young master said, So, it turns out it's the senior gentleman. It's disrespectful. Xiao Qing said. It's scary to say that. The year before last, my father died of an illness, leaving mother and daughter alone. Therefore, he gave the slave to someone else to be his bride-in-law, and my mother went to the city to work as an embroiderer. As a result, mother and daughter were separated, which was very miserable. Unfortunately, I am only 15 years old, and I encounter fierce in-laws who often beat me and scold me. His body was covered with bruises, so he tried his best to escape. I wanted to go to the water and commit suicide, but because I couldn't leave my mother behind, I wanted to go to the city to look for her. Unfortunately, being single and losing my way has left me with no way forward or backward. If you get guidance from your husband, you will never forget your virtue." After saying that, he cried again. The young master said, "It's really pitiful. Miss, please spare me the sadness. I still have something to say. The market tip here is not far from the city. I wonder which family in the city does your daughter-in-law work as an embroiderer?" Xiao Qing said, "I have never been to the city before, and I have forgotten my name. I only know that I belong to a local official. Can I go check it out?" The young master frowned and said, "This is difficult. There are many officials in the countryside in the city, and it is almost evening. She is a young woman, and she is a stranger in the place. How can she go from house to inquire?" Xiao Qing heard this and said, "It's hard to see my mother tonight, and I have no place to live, but where can I ask my slave to go?" He couldn't stop crying for his mother. Gu Sheng saw that his face was filled with tears, like pear blossoms being beaten by rain, and he became more and more interesting, and he felt very moved. "I smell the fragrance again in my nose. This fragrance is Xiaoqing's magic. No matter whether you, Lu Nan or Lu Xia, are reincarnated, you can't help but be intoxicated, let alone Mr. Gu." At this time, Mr. Gu went deep into the cave and said, "I have a problem here. Is it possible for a young lady who I don't know to agree to it?" Xiao Qing said, "My husband has something to say, but it doesn't matter." The young master said, "The address of your father's hall is yours. Since I'm not familiar with my name, it will be difficult to find out tonight. Why don't you come with me to my house for now? Stay one night in my mother's room until tomorrow. I will send people to the eunuchs in various villages to visit you and find out. Then I will send you there so that you, mother and daughter, can meet again. What do you think?" Xiao Qing said, "If this is the case, I feel deeply virtuous. It's just that the slave and the husband have never met each other, and they don't know their name and address. How can I disturb your majesty? Besides, there is a risk of suspicion among melons and plums, so what will happen?" The young master said, "That's okay. If you ask about the Gu mansion in Kunshan, no one knows about it. My father holds a first-class official position, my mother has been granted an imperial title, and I am a single child. If I say that there are plums in the melon field, please be more at ease. I am not boasting. Who dares to say one more word? But don't worry, come with me quickly." Xiao Qing said, "Thank you, sir. But I wonder where your mansion is?" The young master said, "It's just ahead. There's not much road left. I'll be the leader." So Gu Sheng took Xiao Qing with him, one in front, one behind, and the other looked back frequently. One of them deliberately pretended to seduce Gu Sheng on the road. Because he had small feet, the young master helped him cross the Sanja Banqiao. When he saw the tall trees, he pointed with his finger and said, "Miss, please look, this is my garden." The author of the book has written this, but he has one sentence to explain. Why didn't Gu Xing enter the front door instead of going in and out from the back? Because of the hot summer, he studied in the garden to escape the heat, and also slept in the pavilion at night. So when he walked to the garden gate, he knelt down and said, "Miss, please stand behind me and wait for me to knock on the door." The young master stretched out his hand and knocked on the door knocker several times. Wen Qin called again and opened the door. Wen Qin Shutong expected that the uncle was coming back, so he unbolted the door and opened it. "Sure enough," he said, "Sir, please come in and ask the boy to bolt the door." The young master said, "Don't I know how to bolt the door? Go and fix it quickly. Sencha is important." I was very thirsty from walking on the road. Wen Qin wanted to speak more, but was scolded by the young master a few times, so he had to turn around and leave. He thought to himself, "The uncle is a bit evil now. When I drove out the door just now, there was a shadow behind him, covering it here and there, and refused to give me anything. I saw it. There must be some truth to it. Let me go to the rockery cave on the side and take a closer look at him." At this time, after the young master dismissed the book boy, he asked Shaoqin to go in, bolted the garden gate, walked all the way through the path, around the corridor, and crossed the small bridge. They led him to the square pavilion where he rested, and then sat down side by side. The young master was already fascinated by Shaoqin as he chatted with love words. "From now on, you are greedy for my love and follow me like a shadow. Day by day, you think of one as a weak scholar and the other as an enchantress. I have long since become exhausted, my bones have lost shape, and I am no longer presentable." Besides, Shaoqin doesn't understand this. He just pursues his own pleasure and doesn't care about harming others' lives. Moreover, his merits are still shallow and his poisonous energy is not purified, so how can he communicate with others? Therefore, although the Empress allows him and his wife to divide the money equally, but he refused to carry out his plan, and even forbade Su Xian from colluding with him, just for this reason. Talk less and show less. But it was said that the scholar Wen Qin saw the uncle bringing in a stunning beauty to have fun in the square pavilion that day. It had been more than half a month. Told me not to leak the news. I was rewarded 5 cents of silver every day, but so far I haven't seen a penny. I often tried to persuade him, but he always refused to listen and ended up being obsessed with debauchery. Naji has been described as pale and skinny recently. His illness is getting worse and he is bedridden and has difficulty getting up. He looks more and more different. If we continue to hide it, there will be 3 long and 2 shortcomings in the future. If you can't bear the crime, won't you be executed alive by your master? So I bit the bullet, held a bag of tears in my eyes, and went inside to report to my wife. The lady was sitting quietly in the room, and the girl Chunmei introduced Wen Qin. Seeing him like this, she quickly asked him why he was so panicked. Wen Qin then reported the truth. The uncle brought a girl back from abroad and stayed in a pavilion, and asked me to hide it. Now that I am critically ill, I dare not report it. Madam, please ask a famous doctor for emergency treatment. After hearing this, the lady was shocked and angry. She yelled at the idiot and ordered the maid to take the family law tablet and punish her. Wen Qin kowtowed and said, "This little boy deserves to die." However, I never took any bribes and begged my wife to show mercy. The lady said, "I'll hold off for the moment. I'll ask you again after I see the young master. You go out first and I will come." After saying that, he got up and immediately took a few maids to the garden. He secretly complained to his son, "A scholar shouldn't do such a thing. If the old husband in the capital knew about it, wouldn't he think that I was running the family improperly?" Thinking of this, she had already reached Fangting. Wen Qin welcomed her in. When she got inside, she approached the bed, opened the curtain and took a look. She was quite surprised. She didn't look like her own son at all, and was as thin as a skeleton. "It's so sad to see it." He called out, "I'm scared, my mother is here to see you." The young master opened his eyes slightly and replied panting, "Don't worry, mother, it's okay. The child's illness will be cured tomorrow." The lady said, "I see you are so sick, how can you get up for a while?" He turned around and told the maids, "Go call this bitch to come to me." The maid was ordered to search. She looked around, even under the bed, but there was no trace. She only turned over the 3 square pavilions. Wen Qin said, "I came out to pick up my wife just now, and I saw him sitting there. On the edge of the bed, I didn't see him walking out. It's really strange, wouldn't he be a monster?" As soon as the word "monster" came out of his mouth, he received a slap in the face, very loudly. Wen Qin said, "Oh," and asked, "The one who slapped me?" The girl replied, "How can I hit you from across the stage?" Wen Qin said, "It's very strange, very strange. When I talk about monsters, ah." Also a note. The girl continued, "It seems that you can't say monster. Oh, you even hit me. It's better to change your name to Xiangu. But I wonder where these slaps came from." At this time, Madame couldn't help but feel scared. Order the maid to call the family members in quickly and move the uncle to the upper room. Before she finished speaking, Shaoqing said sternly, "Who dares to move it?" Wen Qin said, "Since you are a fairy girl, why don't you come out to speak, and hide in the dark to make empty airs?" The lady said, "Wen Qin, you seem more than a fairy. Now you are doing my work and pleading sincerely, saying that I am the only son of the Gu family, and I hope that the fairy will leave my descendants. The whole family will be deeply virtuous. If he is saved, he will not be moved today until I come to see him tomorrow. The uncle is sick in bed, so you must be careful and don't neglect him." Wen Qin responded, "Yes." The lady left with tears in her eyes, took the maid back to the upper room, and ordered the steward to come in. The steward's name was Gu Neng. After listening to the lady's words, she knew that the young master was seriously ill due to the demon, and was shocked. He had to stay still. His wife still had some ideas and asked him to send a letter to Beijing to report to his old master. On the one hand, we invite eminent monks to preach, resolve grievances, and exorcise evil spirits from the house. This must be done in sequence. Gu Ning only obeyed the order and waited for his wife to finish writing the letter before leaving. If anyone dares to delay in doing things, he immediately calls brothers Fu, Shou, Kong, and Ning to come to him. Fortune. Shou Tong quickly went to Xuandu in Suzhou City to ask the master to set up an altar to catch demons. He also ordered Kong and Ning Tong to go to Yufeng the next day to invite monks. When the monks and Taoists gathered together, Gu Ning greeted them respectfully and arranged the ritual instruments they used in the east and west halls. At one time he preached the name of the Buddha and recited Taoist scriptures. Casting talismans and chanting incantations, bells and drums rang in unison. The quarrel reached the second day, and Shaoqing learned about it. He asked the monks to suppress me. I will use my magical powers to see if they are afraid or not. So when he came outside, he saw the mage drawing a talisman to summon the general, so he started a gust of evil winds suddenly blew sand and rocks, and the earth became dark and the sky became dark. The blowing sound was like flakes of snow in the two sutra halls, and the hanging long banners, treasures, Buddhist scrolls, altars, incense tables, wax stands, sutras, Buddhist instruments and other objects all fell to the ground. The monks were so frightened that they fled in all directions, with nowhere to hide. Some injured their heads and faces, some fell and broke their limbs, and all of them were in an extremely embarrassed state. After the wind calmed down, the general manager came over to greet them, inspected the damaged items, and assessed and compensated them one by one. He also took the money, calculated the money for repayment, and sent them back to the temple to watch. Then I went inside to report to my wife. She was even more depressed and couldn't think of anything, so I had to ask the manager to write a few papers and hang them on the 4 doors. If there is someone who can subdue demons. Thank you for 3,000 silver. It can also cure diseases, and the number of treatments will be doubled. After sending the general manager away, he went to the Buddhist hall to pray to Master Guanyin and pray devoutly to save his son's life. This has already alarmed Gusu Bai's empress. You want to know how the Empress came to know about this and how she hired the immortal through a dream. Let's look at the breakdown next time. Chapter 22, Hiring an Immortal. But it was said that Madame Bai missed a confidant after Shaoqing left. Although I had thought that he had arrived in Kunshan and would have a bad relationship with Mr. Gu, I don't know what has happened recently. Let's do the yin and yang calculation again and see what it looks like. Then he twirled his fingers in his sleeves and said secretly, "What an ignorant little girl, who doesn't care about life and death, making him as skinny as a stick and dying. Don't say that my mother-in-law is disobedient. If she cuts off the heirs of the Gu family, wouldn't she? Is it against the rules of heaven? Even I accept it. If I don't save him, who will save him?" Fortunately, there was a notice posted in his house, saying that he would subdue demons and cure diseases, and he would be generously rewarded. My husband can earn as much as he can from this reward, so why not borrow the water to sail and get the best of both worlds? All it takes is a magic talisman from me to take back this naughty little girl. But for him to invite me, it feels even more crowning. Fortunately, this lady respected Guanyin, so I could not help but turn into an image of Guanyin and ask my wife in my dream to guide him on a path. I'm glad my husband is drinking at the neighbor's house tonight. If we have to go back further, I might as well just go there. The decision has been made. He immediately transformed into a white-robed warrior, held a fly whisk in his hand, and drove away on the clouds. After a while, they arrived in Kunshan. When I came to Gu's house, I saw my wife in her room, lying on the bed with her clothes on. In the mist, I suddenly heard someone outside the window saying, "Mrs. Pan, get up. Let me pay." I am Guanyin Master. Your son's fate should end, and Gu's should die. Because you have been loyal and upright for generations, and you are an upright official. You also pay respect to Guanyin at ordinary times, and you are moved by piety, so you come to give instructions on the maze. You can quickly go to Baohetang Pharmacy in Zhuanzhu Lane and ask for Su Xian, who can immediately subdue demons and cure diseases. Piety is required. All requests are answered. After that, the fragrant wind blew and the auspicious clouds rose, and I returned to Suzhou without saying anything. At this time, the lady was still in her dream, so she said, "Please let the Bodhisattva stay in the clouds for a while, and allow the female disciple to thank you for your instructions. You won't know it's just a dream until you wake up." He quickly got up and got out of bed, knelt in front of the window, kowtowed and thanked. The fragrance still lingers throughout the room. It is really Guanyin descending, and I feel infinite gratitude. After bowing, he pulled away and saw all the maids coming in. He asked, "Ma'am, why are you kowtowing?" The madam said, "Guanyin gave instructions in the dream that the uncle is now alive. You go quickly and call the manager to come in. We will reply in the living room." Huan leads the order to finish. The lady went downstairs and waited. When the young manager came in, he described the scene in the dream in detail. Because I prayed sincerely, Zihang showed me the saint, and he ordered me to go to Zhuanzhu Lane, Gusu, and to the Baohetang drugstore. There was a man named Su Mingxian, who could subdue demons. Cure. I just don't know whether the words in the dream are false or true. Guning didn't believe it at first, probably because of his thoughts during the day. The lady also said that when she woke up, the fragrance was very strong, which was unusual and comparable to dreams. Guning said, "In this way, there is no doubt that the Bodhisattva has manifested his holiness." The lady said, "Would rather believe that it exists than that it does not exist. You can correct the wedding gift of 1,000 gold. 8 color gifts, sailing overnight to visit Su. If there is such a person, it must be Guanyin's instructions. If not, you can come back without any hindrance." Guneng was ordered to withdraw, so he asked Brother Gu Shou, "You are from Suzhou. Do you know Su Xianren who opened a pharmacy in Zhuanzhu Lane?" Gu Shou said, Everyone knows it. This spring there was an epidemic, and everyone in the city had abdominal pain. They all went to buy his medicine, and they were cured as soon as they took it, so they called him Su Banxian. General Manager, according to what you said, this person really does exist. But don't you know he is a Taoist? Or a Buddhist? Gu Shou said, not a monk, not a Taoist. He is a businessman who opened Baohetang Pharmacy. After hearing this, the manager was convinced that it was the Bodhisattva who had manifested himself. He hurriedly went to the accounting room to redeem the betrothal gift of 1,000 gold coins and prepared 8 color gifts. They only had 4 things to wear and 4 things to eat, including silks, birds' nests, sea cucumbers, wind fish, and ham. He wrote a list of blessings. Then I met 2 brothers. Sailing overnight. When we arrived in Suzhou at dawn, the boat docked at Jincheng Wharf. We called a few porters to carry it into the city, carrying 100 coins per load, and then returned to the boat to exploit it. Gu Fu and Gu Shou took the charge, and the manager Gu Ning entered the city with the post. They turned into Zhuanzhu Lane and saw the signboard of Baohetang Pharmacy a few steps away. Already arrived at the store. The steward stepped onto the steps, raised his hands and said, "Please. Which one is Mr. Su?" Su Xian replied, "That's the one below." Where did the old man come from? Gu Fu and Gu Shou followed, so it's him. Su Xian, I'm waiting for you. Su Xian said, I don't dare to accept it. What do you think of this? The general manager said, the old man came from the Gu mansion in Kunshan. He came here to invite me because the young master is ill. He handed over the gift list. He turned around and said, bring the gifts in. Su Xian looked at them and responded to a Suzhou proverb, saying that people in Shandong eat Ophiopagon japonicus. Don't understand it until you understand it. Please forgive me for being disrespectful, so I said, old man, please come and sit inside. The general manager said, I'm about to go to the hall to say hello. Please forgive me for being disrespectful. Humble and humble, Su Xian and him walking in together, the waiter hurriedly opened the middle door, went into the hall, bowed to each other, and sat down respectively. Sent tea. Those gifts had been moved to the hall. Su Xian was full of suspicion, so he took another look at the gifts. The first one was 1,000 taels of betrothal gold. He was already stunned and said hurriedly, I am much loved by the old man, but I, Su Xian, am a businessman, and Qi Huang is not familiar. Even if you have a rough understanding of the context, you are still humorous and generous. How dare you accept such a generous gift? Absolutely don't dare to bear it. The general manager said, don't be too modest, Mr. Su. How dare you accept such a generous gift? Absolutely don't dare to bear it. The general manager said, don't be too modest, Mr. Su. Let the old man tell you the reason in detail. Because the young master is seriously ill, he has visited famous doctors everywhere. They often say that the disease is caused by demons and that the medicine is ineffective. My wife is worried about this. Therefore, I always prayed to the great master to leave this single line to pass on. Fortunately, the Bodhisattva asked me in a dream to show me the lost way. I have been specially ordered to come and invite you, and I am waiting to come to Kunshan in the same boat. Don't turn it down. After Su Xian heard this, he really couldn't understand the reason and thought to himself, why did the Bodhisattva lie for me? I have never learned the magic of subduing demons. Even if I know some medicine, I can't understand it. Reluctantly arriving at Kunshan did not help, it was just a round trip in vain. But it would be a shame to completely return the gift he sent and let the neighbors know about it. Let me discuss it with my wife. Or maybe he has a wonderful way to accomplish it, which is unknown. Because he has learned Lishan magic, he must have the means to subdue demons and be able to succeed. After thinking about it, Fang said, since your master is haunted by demons, I will go in to check. Please sit down for a while. After that, get up and go inside. When he came to the room, he called his wife. There is a strange thing coming. The lady asked, what is the strange thing? Su Xiandao, today, the Gu mansion in Kunshan has sent an 8-color gift, 1,000 taels of silver, as a gift. He paid a betrothal gift and used the name of the minister to invite his family members to come and invite him because the young master was haunted by monsters and became ill. Want me to go to Kunshan to catch goblins? I have never studied Taoism, how can I hesitate to do this? So I came in to discuss with the lady so that I could answer them. The Empress said, I think that although I have been separated from my master for a long time, I still remember the method of subduing demons, so you might as well keep it. In any case, there is always a wife here to ensure that everything is safe and sound. There is no need to give or take these gifts as betrothal money. You can accept them all as ordered and send them to the inner hall. When someone comes from outside, you must prepare breakfast to treat them. Your departure luggage will be packed by me immediately. Su Xian left accordingly and walked to the outer hall. The family members all stood up and asked, has Xianggong Su ever found out what kind of evil spirit it is? Su Xiandao said, this is an extremely powerful and ferocious evil spirit that cannot be subdued unless I go there myself. The general manager said, so it is, so it is. If everything is ready, sir, please get off the boat, Su Xiandao said, please go and have a meal. The family members all said, the food has been served on the boat. The savior is really eager to ask Mr. Su to have a meal in the boat. Su Xiandao, it's just too slow to be so impatient. Just wait for me to go in for a while, and then we can get off the boat together. Now I went back to the inner hall and saw that my luggage and other things were all ready. He told the waiter to move out. Then he said goodbye to his wife and asked for a way to subdue the demon. The Empress took out 2 magic talismans and ordered, put one on the place where the evil spirits come and go, and burn the other in the yin and yang water, and let the patient eat it. The monsters will have already escaped after seeing the talisman and will not show their original shape. Don't panic. If they ask you where the demon is, you can call your bluff and say that the demon has surrendered. There is also a packet of elixir, which can be decoctioned and taken to heal itself. At that time, all the work of subduing demons and curing diseases came from you, so I must be extra grateful to you. Su Xiandao, this is all due to my wife's strength. I'm just in name. The Empress comforted her again. Don't worry, it's just the beginning of the cold autumn weather. You have to take care of yourself. Don't forget what I told you. Although Su Xianko agreed, he was still afraid. Thanks to the Empress for giving him the courage, he reluctantly carried himself out, quite reluctant to leave. Lazily stepped out of the screen door. The steward then asked Xianggong Su to board the ship. The luggage has been sent out a long time ago. I wonder if there are any magic weapons for subduing demons or other things? Su Xiandao said, You won't need it. Please come with us. He turned around and asked Zhang and Li. After finishing the store work, Fang and the manager left the store. Go out of the city and get off the ship at the pier. Sit down in the middle of the official cabin, with the steward beside you. Then I heard the sound of a golden gong on the bow of the ship, and the ship had sailed away. Ho Xiao brought out the prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. So we drank and talked and had lunch, without realizing it. The 70-mile journey from Suzhou to Kunshan was smooth sailing, and the time to apply for the license had arrived. At the head of the moored water wall, the general pipe said, Ms. Su, wait until the old man goes ashore first and let us know so that we can open the main gate to greet him. Su Xian couldn't stop him, and the general pipe had already gone ashore. Entering the gatehouse, many family members asked, Have you ever invited the immortal? The general manager said, We're here, but this immortal Su was ordered by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Go and open the main gate. After a while, he was invited to the main hall. He must be enshrined on the incense table, offer tea in the front, and prepare a sumptuous dinner with wine and food. Brother, don't neglect me. The instructions are complete. When he arrived at the water wall gate, he asked the boat to put up handrails, and then said, The old slave has been ordered by the madam to welcome Xianggong Su on behalf of the young master. Su Xiandao, why should I do this? It is inappropriate. Then he jumped onto the shore. The steward led him in through the front door. The family members stood in groups on both sides. Seeing Su Xianqing's beautiful features and extraordinary physique, he secretly praised him, saying that he has fairy eyebrows and fairy eyes, and his fairy bones are floating. Although he is dressed as a businessman, he looks like an immortal. Welcoming him to the main hall, he was asked to sit down in front of him. There was an incense table in front of him, with cigarettes lingering and red candles burning high. There are 8 pots of fruit and a cup of fragrant tea, just like worshipping gods and Buddhas. All the members of the Hefu family came to kowtow together, which made the immortal official feel uncomfortable and shouted, Everyone, please get up. Everyone said, It's all about the magic of immortality, saving the sick and subduing demons. I'm very grateful. They all stood up and stood on the left and right. And the steward was waiting on him. Su Xiandao. I, Su Xian, have so much virtue and ability that I dare to offer you so much courtesy from all the housekeepers. This really frightens me. As for subduing demons and curing diseases, what's the difficulty? Just relax." Although he said this, he was actually not sure, and he was confused in his heart. I wonder if 2 talismans and a pack of medicine will work? Now that I am in this position, I can only say a few big words. When it was almost dusk, the general manager ordered the brothers to prepare the wine and food, tidy up the study room, prepare for a short rest, and then asked Su Xiandong, "Will the demons be subdued tonight? Or tomorrow?" Su Xiandao said, "Tomorrow the 5 drums will subdue the demons." The steward asked again, "What do you need to prepare?" Before Su Xian could answer, a message came from inside. The lady called the steward in, and the steward had no choice but to go in and obey the order. The Comprador family here went to the kitchen and ordered wine to be prepared. The cook asked, "When the immortal performs rituals, do you eat vegetarian food or meat?" To avoid making a mistake, it will be unsightly. The family heard that it was reasonable and came back to the hall to ask. Su Xian was embarrassed to say that he ate meat, so he casually said that he didn't care. The family didn't understand the word irregardless and regarded it as a special food of the Xian family. He agreed and went to the accounting room to get it. 1,000 yuan. Go out and buy this, whatever. Who would have thought that after traveling all over Kunshan, I could find nothing to buy? Later, when he asked about it in a store, an old man said to him, "Whether it means casually, why should this thing be available for purchase? You must not misunderstand me." Only then did he understand in his heart. I resented the immortal's unruly behavior, which caused me to break my heel while running. After a while, I used monsters to scare him. Seeing what happened to him, I knew that there was something he could do. Not to mention the resentment in his heart. Besides, Su Xian was sitting in the middle hall, and his family members were waiting on him in different shifts, bringing him tea and snacks. The flow never stops. Seeing that they treat me like this, they really think that I am a fairy. I must subdue the monsters and hold the bottle firmly. If I cannot surrender and my face is filled with shame, how can I meet others? When I was thinking about it, it was already getting late, and the family members beside me were serving wine and food, all of which were delicacies from the mountains and the sea. There are 16 pots lined up on the table, including chickens, ducks, pigs, fish, fresh and dried fruits. After the banquet was set up, the family members said to the side, "Xiangong Su, the manager is going up to the room now and will be here in a few minutes. Please use these indifferent and coarse dishes, Xiangong Su." After that, they took turns pouring wine. Su Xian tasted it and drank wine. The food is also good, it is really different. After drinking a few drinks, Fang Chico said, "Would like to ask the housekeeper, where is your noble son's bedroom?" The family members said, "In the square pavilion in the garden behind." Su Xiandao, "In this case, the monster is also there." "Have you ever seen it?" I asked. "It doesn't matter." The family members suddenly came over to answer. If you want to know what the answer is, whether Su Xian can subdue the demon, let's wait and see what happens next. Chapter 23, Subduing the Demon. But when Su Xian was drinking, he asked if he had ever seen a monster. The family members suddenly came over to answer. If you want to know what the answer is, whether Su Xian can subdue the demon, let's wait and see what happens next. Chapter 23, Subduing the Demon. But when Su Xian was drinking, he asked if he had ever seen a monster. A family member replied, "We have never seen one. We only heard from Wenqin." It was a beautiful girl who fascinated the uncle. Another person who was hindered by the word regardless deliberately lied and said, "I have seen this monster before. It is really scary. It has 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face and fangs, red hair and a red beard, and its eyes are like copper bells. It comes and goes, flying sand and rocks, flickering and appearing. She turns into a beautiful woman, reveals her true form, and wants to eat people. Moreover, instead of eating 1 or 2 people, they only eat 5 or 6 people, just as a snack. Do you want to gain or lose?" After Su Xian heard this, he actually took the lie as truth. He was so frightened that he started to tremble all over. "I secretly hated my wife for harming me, and a look of panic suddenly appeared on my face." Seeing this, the family member asked, "Su Xiangong, why are you shaking there?" Su Xian composed himself, shook his head and said, "No, I don't like to drink, so I feel a little cold." Before he finished speaking, the manager walked out. He even said, "Excuse me, excuse me." Offended, offended. Su Xian said, "Old man, please have a seat." The general manager said, "Mr. standing aside to pour wine." But the family members were whispering to each other, whispering, and they all said, "This immortal. I'm afraid it's a bit unreliable." When he heard that monsters were eating people, his body began to move in pieces. With such incompetence, wouldn't it be a waste of time for Madame to do so? Some said, "Don't worry about him. Wait until the 5th watch, and I'm sure that sand and rocks will fly and he will be beaten to a bloody head. Only the steward is sincere and wants to propose a toast." Su Xian had no intention of drinking anymore, saying that the amount was too small and he was already drunk. He was afraid that he would get into trouble after drinking, which would be bad. Moreover, he was so full that he didn't even want to eat. The manager stopped trying to persuade him and said, Duo is too simple. Just now, Mrs. Kai sent me in and ordered me to convey this to my husband, because the Gu family is the only one in this lineage. Be sure to work closely to subdue the demons, but don't be negligent. The relationship is not small. Su Xiandao, don't worry, old man, it's easy to conquer the demon. Madame asked for greetings on behalf of Madame, and Duo went to Madame to ensure that the evil spirit would subside and the illness would subside. The general manager said, if this is the case, it will be a great benefactor to the whole family. But I don't know what to prepare, so please give me instructions. Su Xian pondered for a long time. Although he said big words, his heart was beating wildly and he was very anxious. He thought that this monster wanted to eat people, so he would just pick up a few more, as long as they didn't eat me. So he said casually, "I don't want to set up any trap." The altar summons the general. I don't need any tokens, no Taoist attire, no gang steps, no fighting steps. I just need peach branches and wicker sticks. I have 12 boys walking in front of me, 12 girls following behind, and I am in the middle, holding a sword in my hand. Let them each hold peach branches and willow sticks, and the housekeeper of the joint mansion will support them. Let's cheer and shout together, and come to Fangting together. I have my own magical power to subdue monsters, so don't worry. General Pipeline, this method is quite novel. Wait until the old man arranges everything and wait on you. Brothers, please put up the lights in front of me and ask Mr. Su to sleep peacefully in his study. I have other assignments, so I can't serve them anymore. The manager retreated, and the 4 family members here helped the immortal official walk into the study. The fragrance was fragrant, and it was extremely gorgeous. After drinking tea, he was served to go to bed, leaving only 2 people waiting for him in front of the bed, and 2 more came outside. See the general manager and handle it separately. Everyone took a short nap with their clothes on and prepared to get up at the 4th watch to start work. As for boys and girls, there are all kinds of boys and girls in the house. It is not difficult to choose some of the 24 young book boys and girls. It is easier to use peach willow branches that are readily available in the garden. At this time, it was difficult for the timid Su Xianguan to sleep peacefully there. It's a pity that he is so frightened and worried about his wife. This alarmed Madame Bai of Gusu. After having dinner alone, he was sitting quietly in the room when he suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Shao Qing was not convinced? Did it scare my husband? He quickly calculated the yin and yang. It turns out that he was thinking about me there, and complained that I was greedy for money and ignored him. Although it is an overconcern, it is reasonable. If Shaoqing commits crimes arbitrarily and causes my husband to suffer, this must be guarded against. To ensure peace and quiet, I must go to Kunshan myself. I'm sorry Shaoqing is still a little scared when she sees me. How dare you not lower your head and beg me for mercy? Having made up his mind, he immediately went out through the window and rode on the white clouds. From a distance, he could hear 3 drums beating in Xiao Tower. The clouds were so fast that they arrived at Kunshan in a short time. After landing in the garden of Gu's mansion, he sneaked into the square pavilion and took a closer look through the window. He saw Shaoqing sitting on the edge of the bed and moving her hand on the young master's chest. That Mr. Gu was so thin that he didn't look like a human being. However, Shaoqing was unable to cure it and said, "My uncle and I will grow old together as we originally planned. I don't want you to suffer from severe hemoptysis, and everyone in the government will resent me and call me a monster. The madam also said that I had harmed you, so why should I be here again? I'm going to leave tomorrow. Let's put our love aside from now on." How willing is that young master to drag him along to help Fei Fei? Shao Qing, regardless of life and death, promised and was about to fall asleep. At this moment, the Empress was listening carefully outside the window, secretly cursing the bitch for being cruel and cruel. She was so conscience-stricken that she still wanted to sleep with him in such a state. Even with a slight cough, he walked out. Shao Qing had already heard it and felt that the voice was very familiar. She quickly got off the bed, opened the window and saw that it was the mistress. So he followed him out, away from the pavilions and pavilions, walked through the winding path, around the corridor, walked out of the depths of the bamboo forest, and stood outside. When I saw the Empress, I didn't know why, but I was not angry but proud of myself. Not fearful but fearful. She softly lowered her head to the young man and said, "Your Majesty, please let Shao Qing kowtow in greeting." The madam said sternly, "You are so cruel. What kind of person is Mr. Gu? Do you dare to harm his life?" "Qingdao, my servant is ignorant, yet I still beg your Empress for instruction." The Empress is now dressed in white, standing among the bamboo bushes. Shao Qing is kneeling in front of her, with the moonlight coming in from outside. She looks like a white-robed gentleman in the purple bamboo forest. Shao Qing looks like a dragon girl, a beautiful scene. Stop gossiping. Besides, when the Empress heard his request for advice, she said, "I'm the reason for his past life. Let me tell you and listen. Before you attained enlightenment, you were a green snake, wandering around the West Lake, free and carefree. But coincidentally, a boy who went up to the world to pick incense passed by in the air. He saw you green and lovely, with a delicate color. He smiled unintentionally and suddenly thought about you. Therefore, I was relegated to the mortal world, reincarnated in the Gu mansion, and inherited the clan. I should have this marriage with you. He shouldn't have been so promiscuous that he contracted tuberculosis. You only see me treating my husband with care and love, so my lips are red and my face is white, and I don't change my appearance. You treated Gu Lang very cruelly, causing all his skin and bones to become charred. What's the reason? But you know that Gu Shengnai descended from the sky and became the heir of a good family. If you are obsessed with him to death, how can the upper world be willing to spare you if it finds out? It is inevitable to violate the law and be struck to death by lightning. Even if God is willing to forgive you, I won't forgive you either." Shao Qing was trembling with fury after hearing this, and said hurriedly, "I always ask for your grace. Save the girl, never forget your gratitude." The Empress said, "Now you still dare to be willful and disobedient, don't you want to be taught a lesson?" Shao Qing said, "From now on, I am willing to be sincerely obedient and obey orders, and I will never dare to disobey orders again." The Empress said, "Get up like this and I will save you." Shao Qing thanked the Empress and stood up. Empress Fong Heian said, "Shao Qing, listen to my instructions. Mrs. Pinesy here is seriously ill, and she has ordered posters to be posted everywhere. Anyone who wants to subjugate demons and cure illnesses can do both. A total of 6,000 taels of silver will be thanked out, so I showed some magical power and incarnated myself to give instructions and asked him to come and invite me. I invite your master to come here to subdue demons and cure diseases. I was afraid that you would not obey the rules, so I came after you. You can cure this disease, and on the one hand it will erase your sins, and on the other hand you will help the master get some money. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Now you are still back in the garden, you just need to use some tricks to bluff and scare everyone. It's like a drama. Whatever the master says is your spirit, you will show it. I am waiting for you in the clouds. After the performance is over, I will return to my family with you. There must be no mistakes. Shao Qing responded to the order and retreated. The empress rode up on the clouds and stopped in the air to look around. Hearing that the 5 drums were about to be played in Xiao Tower, the manager was most concerned. Get up early alone. The members of the Hefu family, the schoolboys, and the maids also all dressed up and gathered together. The peach branches, wickers and other materials used are also prepared. At this time, Su Xian woke up and got out of bed. After washing himself and having some snacks, he took out 2 mansions from his invitation bag. It would be ridiculous to know what these 2 talismans are. One is called Yoruafu, which sounds the same as Wu. A ghost painting talisman is inferior to the Maoshan jade seal talisman, which can summon generals and subdue demons. What use is it? It was just putting on airs and putting on a facade. Su Xian thought he was a treasure and said, "Butler, come here, first there are 2 spiritual talismans. One is posted at the place where monsters come and go, the other is melted into the yin and yang water and eaten by the patient, and the monsters can no longer get close to him." The family members agreed to receive the decree, took the magic talisman in their hands, turned around and left, took some paste and pasted it on the square pavilion. Another piece should be melted into the yin and yang water and given to the patient. But he misheard, water turned into urine, because the pronunciation of Suzhou people's word "p" is not pronounced as bird, which sounds the same as the word water, so he took a cup, scooped half a cup into the urine bucket, and put the talisman into urine. Sent to the square pavilion, and poured gently into the patient's mouth. Poor young man, he smells bad. As soon as the urine reaches the stomach, I feel nauseated for several times, vomit some black water, and feel a little peaceful. This is also a blessing in misfortune, and urination can be regarded as a very effective medicine. When the steward outside saw that everything was in order, he invited the immortal to come in. There were 12 boys in front of him to open the way, followed by 12 girls in the back. Su Xian walked in the middle with his sword in hand, his heart beating wildly. When they arrived at the Fang Pavilion, they first ordered the long window to be opened, and then they rushed in. When they walked to the bed, they ordered the boys and girls to line up left and right, while the family members outside cheered and cheered. Just as he was about to perform a ritual ceremony, Shao Qing hid behind the bed and had been waiting for a long time. As long as the husband said something good, it would be good, and if he said something short, it would be short. As soon as he showed his magical power, he followed his mistress home. Unexpectedly, Su Xian was so flustered that he looked at the bed and shouted, "Oh, no, the monster is there." The housekeepers, hurry up and beat the peach branches and willow branches over. The family member said. This is either a monster or a young man. Su Xiandao, it turns out that I was wrong for a moment. I will try again later. At that time, Shaoqing became impatient. When he saw his master, he was already stunned and couldn't say anything. It's better for me to show up an object randomly and treat it as a monster. So suddenly a gust of wind blew, whistling, blowing, and suddenly the smoke was hazy, turning the objects on the square pavilion upside down. The paintings and calligraphy were fluttering in the air, and the lights were all extinguished. Su Xian's face turned red with fright, and he hurriedly got under the bed. Because of Xiaoqing's heart, he thought the chamber pot was a monster and threw it in the room. It turned into some bright red blood and was killed by a goblin. At that moment, the boys and girls had no way to escape and huddled together in panic. The family members were also heartbroken and fled in all directions. Wait until the wind calms down. The smoke disappeared, and a faint moonlight appeared early. This group of family members came out one after another and came to the square pavilion to watch the traces of monsters. They saw various objects on display inside, swaying like snowflakes. They also saw boys and girls hiding their heads and tails. They dared to cry when they heard human voices. I just can't see clearly. There seemed to be something in the ground. I didn't know what it was. I hurriedly went to get a fire and lit a hand lamp. When I looked carefully, I saw it was a copper chamber pot, flattened on the ground. There was bright red blood next to it. It was clearly a chamber pot spirit, already beaten to death. But a fairy is missing. Everyone comes to look for it. Holding a hand lamp to look at it, Mr. Xingxi remained calm and slept peacefully in the bed. The immortal official under the bed had heard clearly and secretly praised his wife's great contribution. With a magic talisman, the monster was dead. This shows that Lishan immortal technique is different from others. Now that the matter was over and he could come out, he said, "Oh, this monster is so powerful." The family members heard the immortal's voice and came over to help him up. They all asked, Su Xianren, please subdue the demon. Why are you hiding under the bed?" Su Xian said, "You know. I am succumbing to the demon under the bed. How can I say that I am avoiding it?" Everyone asked, "What kind of monster descended?" Su Xian said, "It's a chamber pot spirit, very fierce." The crowd asked again, "How did the corpse of the chamber pot grow and fall?" Su Xian ordered the peach branches and willow branches to be burned, and then they were buried underground. Then everything would be fine. Now the monster has descended. All I have to do is treat the young master's illness. The family member said, "The patient is in bed, please check his pulse." Su Xian immediately sat on the edge of the bed and took a closer look at the patient's face. Sure enough, his body was completely empty and exhausted. Even though Dr. Lu Bian-Ke came to administer medicine, it was difficult to save him, so he had to use my wife's medicine. It's unilateral. just thinking about it. The general manager came in and thanked him, Ms. But is the young master still alive due to his illness? Su Xiandao said, although your master's lifeline is still alive, it is not easy to save him. After resting in this square pavilion, I felt the wind was too cool, so I quickly moved the couch to the room and sealed the square pavilion. There is another saying, young master's decoction is difficult to cure, but unusual bait can cure it. I have a panacea, decoct it and drink it, and it will bring you back to life. The general manager, thank you very much, sir. Please go to the study to have a rest and serve tea. Su Xian stood up and was about to leave. The steward then ordered the brothers, go to Mrs. Tongda, get the drunkard's chair to carry the young master, move the couch to the room, and then seal the square pavilion. After that, he accompanied Su Xian to the study and brought some fragrant tea. After eating, he also offered a cup of ginseng soup and said, my husband has worked very hard. Please take a short nap to recuperate your energy. Su Xiandao said, I'd like to ask you, I'll take the elixir to the upper room. If you want to know whether the elixir can... He also offered a cup of ginseng soup and said, my husband has worked very hard. Please take a short nap to recuperate your energy. Su Xiandao said, I'd like to ask you, I'll take the elixir to the upper room. If you want to know whether the elixir can save the young master's life, let's wait and see what happens next. Chapter 24. After thinking. But it was said that Mr. Gu was obsessed with a demon and was seriously ill, but he was still alive. Now his family members carried him to the upper room to sleep peacefully. When his wife saw him lying on the bed, his eyes were fixed and his energy was dying, and he could not stop crying. Just when he was feeling sad alone, he suddenly saw Gu Neng, the manager, come in and asked, You are accompanying the immortal in the study, what are you doing here? Gu Neng said, the old slave had some ginseng soup with the immortal and asked him to rest and sleep for a while. He said that the young master was critically ill and ordinary medicines were difficult to achieve, so he gave me a dose of the elixir, decoction it into soup, and it would restore his health. The lady said, Is there such a thing? If he could restore it after eating it, he would really be a god in this world. Take the elixir and let me see. Gu Neng presented it with both hands. The lady then asked the steward to go out and prepare a sumptuous breakfast to entertain the immortals. The steward followed the order and left. The lady took a look at the elixir. It was green and bright in color. Although it was fried once before and dried by the wind, it has not changed color yet. Immediately put it into a can of ginseng and fry it on the stove. The water has not yet boiled, but the aroma has already penetrated. Smell it can relieve illness and prolong life, and the whole room feels refreshed and healthy. It turns out that this fragrance is not ordinary. It is the Empress who escaped death. The Ganoderma lucidum stolen from Kunlun saved Su Xian's life. This time it was cooked for the second time. Mr. Gu also saved his life thanks to him. After the elixir was boiled and poured into the bowl, which was still green and lovely, 2 shrewd and clever girls were picked to serve. The lady held the bowl in her own hands and stood in front of the bed. Called Chunmei and Chiogue, they had an inner bed and an outer bed, supporting each other. Then they looked at the young master and burst into tears. I saw that his lips were withered and black, he was paralyzed, his eyes had white clouds on them and they were motionless, and there was no fluid in his mouth. How could he give medicine? Think about it for a moment. He took a spoon, poured some medicinal soup into it, and moistened his lips, tongue, and teeth. Sure enough, the elixir is different from other decoctions. Once it enters the lips, it moves all over the mouth. Once it hits the throat, it moves around the body, up to the Naiwan Palace and down to the Yongquan Point. It is really effective. After eating a bowl, he fell asleep and the poisonous energy in his body was eliminated. His blood vessels were naturally harmonized and his energy was restored. After sleeping for a while, he slowly turned his body to his side, relaxed his joints, turned outwards, opened his eyes slightly, and called out to his mother. The lady then said, "My son is fine." The girls also said, "Master, he's awake." The uncle woke up. The young master then said, "Mother, I don't know that the gentleman who treated me took this medicine and it was like an elixir." The lady said, "Fortunately, I worshipped Buddha devoutly for my mother, and a great scholar came to earth and instructed me to hire an immortal in Gusu, so that I could subdue the demons, cure the disease, and save my son's life." The young master said, "Now that the immortal has not left yet, how many days can he be left here?" The lady said, "Just wait for me to tell you." The young master asked, "Is there any elixir left?" The lady said, "There is only one dose. If you want to take it, just take the dregs of the medicine as well." The young master called for it. The lady broke the zakeo into more than a dozen pieces. Put it in his mouth and chew it piece by piece. It tastes sweet and delicious. After a while, he finished eating it and he fell asleep again. The steward outside entertained the immortal with wine and food, and then went inside to greet him. The young master had already woken up. After eating 3 bowls of porridge, he felt energetic, but his body was a little thinner. The lady was very happy, and she was completely cured of her illness. The young master said, "My child is thinking about the past, just like the underworld has returned. It is vague and vague, like in a dream. I still feel chilly at this moment." The lady said, "This is because you have been in trouble for a long time, so this should happen." The young master said, "Now I have a benefactor to save my life, and I will wait until the child gets out of bed." "How long do I need to hang out with him?" The lady said, "We will discuss this matter later. But I don't know how to reward him for saving his life." The young master said, "He can save his son's life, and his contribution is not small. It is related to the Gu family. Not to mention that valuables can be given away, even if the family property is divided equally, it is not a problem. Just let your mother make the decision." At that moment, the manager was already at the side. Seeing that the young master had regained his spirit and was very happy, he came over and reported, "The old slave had breakfast with Mr. Su. He said that there is no need to take medicine in the future, and he only needs to take the ginseng soup to nourish him. Soon reduction. How long will the old slave keep him here? He said there were few people at home and the business in the store was busy. Who would take care of him? He has no brothers or relatives, he is in a foreign land, and his wife is alone, so he cannot obey his orders. The lady said, "It's no wonder he is. In this case, there is no need to force it, but how to thank him?" The general manager said, "The former wife came out and made a promise. After paying 1,000, just find another 5,000 taels of silver." The lady said, "I am deeply moved by the young master, and I also want to thank him." Having said this, I thought for a while and then said, "Yes, I have a lot of silk and grosgrain at home." I filled the boxes with 4 boxes of men's clothes and 4 boxes of women's clothes, divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Put 200 taels of silver in each box as the cost of ready-made clothes. Store jewelry and pearls in a separate box, hats, scarves, shoes and socks, and separate baskets. In addition, the dishes are full of delicacies from mountains and seas, and all kinds of food. The full amount of 5,000 taels of grain silver was broken into 5 large packages. This was the official reward. You are ready now. I sent him home on the same boat as a way of repaying his kindness. What do you think? General Pipeline, it's not an exaggeration to give this little thing, which is worth about 10,000 gold. Just wait until the old slave goes out and ask the accountant to issue the bill. At that time, Guneng got the key from his wife and went out to open various warehouses. After getting everything ready, according to the gift list, I was so busy that I had to keep Su Xian for another night. However, Su Xian returned home like an arrow and was determined to leave, even skipping dinner. The general manager said, "In that case, I don't dare to force you to stay. Now I have some small gifts as ordered by my wife. I hope you will accept them." Then he presented the gift list. When Su Xian saw that there were many gifts, he did not dare to accept them. The general manager said, "If Mr. Su doesn't accept it, it's too little, and it will make Madam uneasy." After hearing this, Su Xian had no choice but to accept it, thanked him repeatedly, and said, "Shao Kelly thanked Madam in person, kowtowed and went back, I don't know. Can it be made?" Although the steward did not dare to take the responsibility, he went inside to report to his wife. She was very happy and wanted to see this immortal, so she immediately went out to meet him. Because this emperor's wife was a first-class old lady, Su Xian went to court to see her nephew. The lady was very humble. She first said many words of gratitude and then said, "These meager gifts are really not enough to repay him, and when the child recovers from his illness, he should come to the door to say thank you." Su Xian repeatedly said, "Don't dare. Thank you for your generous gift. Well deserved. Now I have no one to take care of my family affairs, so I have to say goodbye." The lady did not force him to stay, and ordered Guneng to send the wine and food off the boat. "You can send me there." He then said, Ms. Su is so slow to please. Please forgive me for not sending her off. Su Xian asked his wife to step back, then retreated outside with the steward, took Gu Fu and Gu Shou, and disembarked from the water wall gate. See the luggage gift and give it away completely. It was already dusk, so we unmoored and set sail. A banquet was set up in the cabin. The steward drank with Su Xian, and Su Xian let go of his arms and drank deeply before falling asleep. The boat arrived at Gusu Pier at dawn and berthed. After getting up and freshening up, we had some tea and ordered food. The shore was already very busy. Many porters came to carry luggage, boxes, cages and gifts ashore. Carry it, carry it. Those who carry it will have good fortune and longevity. The two boys will carry it. The manager asked Su Xian to leave the boat and land and go into the city together. Not long after, we arrived at the Baohe Hall in Zhuangzhou Lane. Su Xian accompanied the manager inside, looked at the load after load, carried them all into the inner hall, and counted them correctly. The steward immediately stood up and left. Su Xian wanted to stay with him for lunch and give him some money for travel expenses, but the steward didn't accept it at all, so he went with brothers Fu and Shou and returned home to die. No need to detail. Shan said that after Su Xian saw off the guests, he hurriedly entered to see his wife's room. The Empress has already come out to greet you, and we will meet you later. Su Xian handed the gift list to his wife for viewing. When the Empress saw that there were many gifts, she said, "This is the official's luck." Su Xian said, "It's really a favor from your Majesty." After the couple sat across from each other, Shaoqing came out with tea and called Mr. Ng and the Empress. Su Xian asked, "Madam, when did Shaoqing come?" The Queen said, "He came yesterday." Su Xiandao, "Shaoqing, where have you been living?" The Empress said, "Kneel down in front of my husband and tell me in detail." Shaoqing responded, "Yes," walked to the master, knelt down on her knees, and complained. Since she left home that day, the servant girl has no friends and no support. She was angry and wanted to commit suicide, so she threw herself into the pond outside Xiumen, but was rescued by a passenger ship. The owner of the boat was a squire named Mi from Hangzhou. He helped me get on the boat. Fortunately, I met my uncle. By the way, he took me to Hangzhou and stayed at home for the time being. Although I was loved and cherished by my uncle, the aunt he married late was very cruel and she always beat, scolded, and humiliated me, leaving me covered with bruises. Fortunately, my uncle couldn't bear it and sent me to Jinchang to beg for adoption. Yesterday, because the master was not in the house, the Empress had not yet granted permission, so he stayed here temporarily. These lies were so similar that Su Xian naturally believed them. He asked, "What did the shop assistant say when you came in?" Shaoqing said, "I have no face because of myself. So I came in through the back wall door with my uncle." Su Xiandao, "What did your mistress say?" Shaoqing said, "The queen refuses to decide whether to use it or not." She has to wait for the master to come back before she can make a decision. Su Xian put on airs and said, "Humph, hum. Now you know that other people's food is terrible. Don't talk about other places. Even if he is said to be a biological uncle. Hum, hum. You are always ready to change your attitude, so why are you begging me now?" Xiaoqing said, "I just ask for adoption. I am very grateful." Su Xiandao, will you dare to violate your sexual orders in the future? Xiaoqing said, "I will never dare to do it again." Su Xian heard him begging for mercy. Fan Gan turned to his wife and said sincerely, "Look at Xiaoqing's begging, but it's pitiful. Please see my thin face and accept it." The queen said, "The official is the head of the family, how dare the wife know?" Su Xian said, "Whatever you say. It is up to the lady to make decisions in the inner hall." Xiaoqing, please get up and go to the mistress to thank her. The empress said, "Just thank my husband." This made Xiaoqing have no idea, so she had to stand in the middle and thank the prime minister for the adoption. This drama was finally completed. Su Xian was indeed deceived. Moreover, I have the words in my mind, and I don't have any doubts. Even if the two people in the store heard about it, it would be okay. From then on, the couple reconciled and spent their time passing by like fish in water. He hid the suitcases and accessories from Kunshan in the embroidery room, and kept the rest of the food in the kitchen to prepare soup. Su Xian was in Suzhou at this time. The greater your fame, the more luck you will have, and you will gain both fame and fortune. The empress was the only one who could live happily with her husband for an unknown amount of time, but her heart felt a little restless, so she put the yin and yang in her sleeves to speculate on her own fate. But the book also needs to explain a few words. The yin and yang of the empress, including the past events, are all accurate, and can be understood even after many years and many eras. When it comes to the future, only 3 points are accurate, and 7 points always feel vague and fuzzy until something happens. Only then did I fully understand. Therefore, at this moment, the empress is calculating the future, but she cannot fully understand it. She only knows that there will be disaster in the future. It will be difficult to live in Suzhou for a long time, and the husband and wife will have to separate and break up the couple. However, she does not know how the changes will occur, and it is difficult to detect in details. Is this the owner of the house? Are you coming back? If you return to Sudi once, how can you hide the past? It is better to move to another place in the future, which will be more stable. It can be seen that the empress is very thoughtful and has already made up her mind. She is just waiting for her husband to come in before making a plan. Just as he was thinking about it, Su Xian walked into the inner room and said happily, "Today is the Chinese Valentine's Day, so I specially prepared some delicacies. In the evening, I drank with my wife and watched the morning glory and the weaver stars. The empress should be so." Then she asked Su Xian to sit down, and then said, "My wife, I think of something and I have something to discuss with you." Su Xiandao, I would like to ask for advice. The queen said. I am favored by you now, and I will spend the night happily. Besides, if you have a prosperous life in the store and a wealthy family, who doesn't admire you? But I'm afraid that good things will inevitably lead to hardships, and extreme happiness will inevitably lead to sadness. It's not that I am too worried, but it also means to maintain profitability and maintain peace. Su Xian asked, "What do you think, madam?" The queen said, "Because I am away from my hometown, it was not a long-term plan. Now I have been lucky enough to make a profit. I should think about my grandfather's inheritance, which is all in Zhejiang. How can I abandon it lightly? It has been said since ancient times, a tree is thousands of feet high, and its leaves fall back to their roots. It is advisable to reserve a place so that even if something happens, you can still have food and clothing. So I discussed this with you." Su Xian repeatedly said yes, and the empress said again, "The money sent by the Gu family to thank Xie Yi has been accumulated in the store now, and it has not been touched at all. With this kind of unexpected wealth, you should find someone to send it to Hangzhou, compile a letter, and send the money. I gave it to my uncle and aunt and asked him to take care of it and buy a house nearby. It is most suitable to open a shop in front of the door. The extra money can be deposited in the bank to earn interest. It is expected that he will comply because he cares about family ties. With this arrangement, we can later settle down in Hangzhou and live and work in peace and contentment." I wonder if Su Xian will listen to these far-sighted words. Let's look at the breakdown next time. Chapter 25, Pirates of the Race. But after Su Xian listened to what the lady said, he said, "My lady has foresight and foresight, so she should take orders. Tonight I will celebrate the Chinese Valentine's Day with you, and tomorrow morning I will go to Nanhao Street to see Uncle Yongchang. Ask him if he has anyone who is honest and reliable. If so, just send it to him." After talking about business, it was already evening, so I asked Shaoqin to warm the wine and serve the food, put it on the table, and the couple sat opposite each other to drink and enjoy the wonderful Chinese Valentine's Day night. When I was young, the bright moon rose in the east, adding to the interest. Su Xiandao, I want to go to the upper realm of cattle. Female double star. Even if birds and magpies fill the bridge once a year, let alone us mortals, no matter how loving you are, there will inevitably be times when we are separated. The Empress nodded and said, "That's what I meant. So you and I are planning a long-term plan and remembering my hometown. This is how a gentleman should stick to his roots. But I will write this letter tomorrow. Need to pay attention." Su Xian asked how to write it, and the Empress gave instructions one by one on what should be written in the letter. In addition to greetings about daily life and describing the relationship, it starts from the time when you were married to Gusu, and I was taken in by Uncle Yongchang to fight for me and get married. This is the dignity of pretending to be a wife. He only said that he got a lot of dowry from his marriage, so he opened a shop, inherited his father's business, and practiced medicine at the same time, so he had a lot of money. However, it is inconvenient to stay as a guest after all, and you will have to return to your hometown after a long time. It is only a single lineage of the Su family, and the grandfather's grave lacks sacrifices. It will definitely be called unfilial and be reviled by others. It was said that he was lucky to have a close relative, so he had to rely on his strength and energy to spend $3,000 to buy a nearby house on his behalf and lay the foundation in advance so that when he returned in the future, his family would not be left with nothing but four walls. Saying this, your sister and brother-in-law will definitely be happy. Su Xiandao, it shows that the lady is very talented. It makes sense, so you should obey it. But tonight, the Chinese Valentine's Day, is a good day, and it would be nice to have all the fun with you. Xiao Qing was pouring wine beside him, one for you and one for me. We ate until the banquet was over and then went to bed to sleep. The next day Su Xian got up early in the morning and went to Nanhao Dashingtang. But by chance, there was something wrong with him. Boat back to Hangzhou. He is a member of Wang Yongchang's family, and he can deliver the money by the way. He can only leave within 2 or 3 days without any delay. So when I got home, I quickly wrote a letter and sent the money. After 6 or 7 days, I got the receipt from Hangzhou and felt relieved. Unexpectedly, Su Xian was in luck with the bamboo festival. The joy did not last long, but sorrow and hatred came again. Time flies so quickly. As soon as July passes, it is almost August and the Mid-Autumn Festival. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, there is a scene in the city of Suzhou. This is a common practice every year. Some shops and houses hang lanterns and decorations, and some set up stages to sing operas and perform peace rituals. In the Chiyue Palace, each family set up incense tables, burned big incense sticks, lit big candles, displayed many antiques and treasures, and competed for wealth. It's a nice thing to say. I wish you a prosperous business and a safe environment. The area around Zhuanzhu Lane here is connected to Changmen Street and East and West Central Market. It is also the most lively place. So the local idol men took it as a business and got busy, leading a group of idol brothers to collect money everywhere. If you are making offerings to the Buddha or setting up a stage for a show, you will have to ask him to write a book. In addition, he will ask for money and go from house to house. In this area, most of the people are paying for it, and they pay more attention to famous large stores. Only Bao Hetang and his family did not want to write a book, because his subordinates insulted him, so he preferred to treat the Buddha at home. As soon as the lanterns and colorful offerings are arranged, it is all done by oneself without any trouble. After receiving the report from his subordinates, the head was very angry and ordered the gangsters, "Let's finish writing the book, and first decide on the names of the halls. The best ones in and outside Suzhou City will be completely decided. All the lights will be decorated. Choose a bright new style, and that glass corner lamp. You should also rent it early." Well, how called this guest in Hangzhou, the lamp has no place to rent, and the name of the drummer hall has not been fixed. Unfortunately for him, we have also lost our breath. This kind of talk is clearly intended to deceive strangers. Do you think it's hateful or not? Does Su Xian know that, as the saying goes, a strong dragon will not fight a local snake? I went to rent brightly colored lights, but everyone said they didn't have the latest ones. I went to call for famous drummers, but the only ones I could find were extremely unsatisfactory. Pharmacy. It was really his bad luck to end up like this. With your words and my words, even those dumb-throated hall members and incompetent drummers left, making Su Xian even more embarrassed and angry, unable to get out of his head. I couldn't sit still in the shop, so I had to hide inside and swallow my anger. Meng went straight upstairs in a daze, hurriedly walked into the inner room, took off his outer clothes, threw his hat aside, and fell asleep on the bed with tears in his eyes and a red face. In this scene, the Empress didn't understand what he was doing, so she sat on the edge of the bed and asked him. Su Xian is still childish. When others are angry, he puts on a show in front of his own family, because he is used to being led away by his own family in ordinary life. The Empress asked, "Tonight the incense table and colorful hanging lanterns are placed in the shop. It's so lively. I just went out to take care of it, so why did I fall asleep in the room instead?" Su Xian said angrily. "Now I can't do anything, and I was bullied to death by them." The Empress said, "Whoever dares to bully you, come and tell me quickly, and my wife will resolve it with you." Su Xiandao, "It's really hateful, because it is a custom here every year to have a 3-day ritual to worship the gods." Those idle men went from house to house writing notes. "Write me 10 taels of silver." The Empress said, "This is also a trivial matter." Su Xiandao, "Although it is a trivial matter, they cursed me, so I refused to write a penny and voluntarily treated the Buddha exclusively without them having to worry about it. They can't make any money, they hold grudges in their hearts, and they put the name of the high-quality hall into lanterns. They arranged it all together, making it impossible for me to rent here, and I managed to make it work, but they laughed at me, saying that my devotion to God was really about this world, so how could I be a good person in Suzhou? What does it look like when you stand in front of others? It would be better to die." The Empress was a little anxious when she saw how resentful he was. He wanted me to repay his kindness and make him happy every day without any worries, so he said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I think I am in a foreign land and I am not familiar with the customs of Suzhou. Since an idle man comes to my door, I want you to write 10 taels of silver. It doesn't matter if you promise him. Such villains are only greedy for small profits and are fighting against him. Not worth it. Now I've spent money and it's not a favor, but I've been hurt by his hidden arrows. But the matter is very trivial, so what can I say about peeling off the dough? I advise you not to worry. I hope that tomorrow, everyone in the neighborhood will praise you, okay? Su Xiandao, if this is the case, that would be the best. I don't know how you can win praise from others." The Empress said, "My father passed down several priceless treasures, which are so dazzling that they can be called unparalleled living treasures in the world. Displaying it outside will definitely bring radiance to your face." Su Xiandao, "Then, madam, go get it quickly and let me see it." The Empress called Shaoqin to get the key, open a big official box over there, and take out these antiques to prepare for the betting game tomorrow." When Xiaoqing heard this, she thought to herself that there were no antiques in the official's box. "What should I take out?" When he looked at the Empress immediately gave a look and urged, "Go get it quickly." Xiaoqing had already understood it in her heart, and she must have said it in her mouth. After pretending to look for it, she said, "Girl, I remember putting it in the drawer, but why is it missing?" The Empress pretended to be angry and said, "You are in charge of this key. How can you say you can't see it? You bitch, you are so careless and you still don't kneel down with me." Xiaoqing knelt down in the middle, but he was pretending to be so, scratching his head and neck, as if he couldn't think of anything anymore. The Empress was even more pretentious and scolded Xiaoqing, a bitch, for being so negligent and should be punished according to family law. Then he said to Su Xian, "Go and get an axe, and I will chop the box open." "Are you still afraid of not seeing me?" At this moment, Su Xian was sitting on the edge of the bed. He saw that the Empress was angry and wanted to punish Xiaoqing. However, he could not be angry anymore. He even stood up and said, "Why do you have to be so impatient? It's getting late today, so even if I take it out, it will have to be presented tomorrow. Let's wait until early morning." "It's not too late for me to call a coppersmith and open this box. As for Xiaoqing, I can't remember it for a moment, but I guess it is always in the room and will never be thrown away. This is a minor offense and can be forgiven, as long as you are more careful in the future. Please look at my thin noodles and spare me the beating," the Queen said. A wife is impatient by nature, and she is always annoyed when she wants this thing and is not allowed to meet her. Su Xian persuaded, "Madam, don't be angry, please spare Xiaoqing this time." The Empress took advantage of the situation and said, "Since the official is begging for mercy, Xiaoqing, get up. If you can't find it tomorrow, ha, ha." Xiaoqing Fang stood up, and Su Xian sent him downstairs to tell the waiter to close the shop and prepare dinner. "Because at night, the lights had been put away, and I couldn't go to the store, so I drank and ate in the room and talked with the Queen. I expect that when I display the treasures outside tomorrow, I will definitely look majestic. Even if there are no lights, it is normal." So the immortal official felt happy, had a few more glasses of wine, and was already drunk. He helped him to the bed and fell asleep instantly. Empress Fang said to Xiaoqing, "I just had a hard time because of you." Xiaoqing said, "What did the Empress say?" "I understand." The Empress said, "I have a favor for you tonight. At this early update of the weather, you can drive the clouds to Gu's house in Kunshan for me. He has a few living treasures. I can borrow them for the competition and return them in 2 days. There is no harm in the materials. How do you know about the treasures in your mansion?" It turned out that Xiaoqing had praised him in front of the Empress, so he was sent to go. Xiaoqing was ordered to leave immediately. A ray of green light came out through the window, and clouds formed under her feet. She looked eastward to Kunshan, and fell in Gu Fuding's heart. She saw that the lights in the academy had not been extinguished, and she could hear the sound of reading loudly in her ears. He licked the paper window with the tip of his tongue and peeked inside. Young Master Jinyun was sitting in the front and in the middle. There was someone dozing next to him. He was an old family member who was reading with him in the study. It's almost 3 o'clock at this time. Why isn't it the Wenqin Tonger who is in charge of the study? Because of the previous Rongqing concealment. Therefore, the lady sent him to the concierge. Now he has been replaced by an older man, who has some knowledge and will not make any mistakes. Xiaoqing thought, how can I go in when I'm still awake? He had to use a little trick to blow a breath through the window crack and bring it directly to Gu Sheng. The smell was very fragrant. The smell of a thief penetrated his nostrils, so he yawned and fell asleep on the desk. Needless to say, my old family members. Xiao Qingfang stretched out his hand and pushed into the long window, thinking back to his passionate and affectionate husband. We were separated for only 1 month. How could we forget him? I said he looked haggard. It's hard to go back to the old days, but unexpectedly, we can overcome the past, which makes us feel grateful. But now that I came here to borrow the treasure, I couldn't do anything wrong and walked in all the way. It doesn't matter if you lock the door again, he has the unlocking spell taught by the Empress. Just walk into the bookstore where treasures and antiques are stored. I remember Gu Sheng once said that there were treasures hidden in the 4th mahogany cabinet. He only had to recite a few incantations and the lock would be released. When he opened the door to retrieve the treasure, he only took 3 pieces. What about those 3 pieces? There is a scroll of Juntian playing music, a bagua hour incense burner, a mutton fat white jade pure vase, and many other antiques. These 3 are the best. Borrow it back and hold a victory party, which will definitely bring glory to your husband's face. He immediately changed it into a baggage, wrapped the treasure well, put it on his shoulder, tied a cross knot on his chest, still locked the door tightly, and then came out. If she just goes home. People don't realize it, and maybe nothing happens afterwards. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqing caused trouble. When he went outside, he saw that the young master had not woken up from his sleep. He was nostalgic for his old feelings, so he approached the young master, tilted his head, patted his shoulder, and shouted, "Gu Lang, wake up!" Jinyun followed. I woke up from my dream and looked up to see Xiaoqing. She was so frightened that she shouted, "No! The chamber pot spirit is here again." Xiaoqing hurriedly went out, and as soon as he reached the center of the courtyard, he drove back in the clouds. This is, as the saying goes, superfluous. I'll wait and see. But when Gu Sheng shouted, his family members woke up and asked what the young master was doing. The young master said, "I saw the chamber pot spirit coming again." The old man said, "If something like this happens, it's not a big deal. Wait for me to wake up my brothers and search in all directions." After saying that, he left. In an instant, all the family members of the mansion stood up to search for the monsters. Even the servants, women and maids got up. When the lady heard the news, she was shocked. Summoning the manager Gu Ning to come in and discuss the aftermath, he said, The monster may not be dead yet, but it appears again. We must be prepared to prevent him from coming for revenge. You can accompany the little master to Suzhou, go to the hall to thank him, give you replacement gifts, and ask for safety from the immortal. This is a strategy to avoid future troubles. The general manager accepted the order and quit. Instruct all the brothers not to search, and everyone sleeps peacefully. He went to arrange the gifts and prepared to go to Suzhou tomorrow, accompanying his young master. I wonder if after arriving in Su, I met Su Xian, saw the treasures Xiao Qing stole from home, and caused trouble. Let's see what happens next. Chapter 26 The Hall of Surprise. But it was said that Xiao Qing returned to Suzhou in the clouds, and then landed in front of the window, walked into the room, unpacked the bag, and took out the 3 treasures. The Empress was overjoyed when she saw it and asked Xiao Qing to put it in the official box. Tomorrow you give the key to bring glory to your master's face. Now you go to sleep. Xiao Qing agreed to quit. At that time, 4 drums were being beaten on the Qiao Tower. He had not slept much and the sky was bright. Although the sun was out, it had not hit the screen window yet. Su Xian had already woken up. He immediately opened the box and got up to call the coppersmith. Wake up the lady first, she knows his temper. Then he got out of bed with him. Xiao Qing brought in the face water and fragrant tea, and the queen asked, "Have you found the key?" Xiao Qing said, "Yes." The queen said, "Where did you find it?" Xiao Qing said, "In the cabinet. I looked for him in the middle of the night before I saw him." "I said he was always in the room," said the Empress. Now there is no need to ask the coppersmith to open the lock. Su Xian was like a child. When he heard that the key had been found, he felt very happy and asked the lady to open the box. At this moment, the lady could take it out and calmly opened the box, took out 3 treasures and handed them to Su Xian, very solemnly and earnestly. He ordered, "Be sure to pay attention to these 3 treasures and don't be careless. Now that I have gone out, I am afraid that there will be people quarreling and making noise, so I must be careful. The door must be blocked with wood to prevent people from being crowded and being damaged. And tie up the treasure with a headband, and have a few more guards nearby, so it will be safe." Su Xian asked, "I wonder what the benefits of these 3 antiques are. How can such a rare thing be lived in?" The Empress said, "They are really living treasures. A scroll of Juntian music, an hour's Bagua furnace, and a mutton fat jade pure bottle. Insert a withered branch into the bottle and it will bloom in an instant." The smoke in the furnace smoked out according to the time, which coincided with the time of the chiming clock. As soon as the cigarette smoke smoked up, the painting was playing Xing's music. There are not many people who want to see this kind of rare treasure. If you don't take precautions, it will be difficult to deal with it if you don't stop. You take another 200 taels of silver and ask the 2 gangs to buy silk and satin to make 5-color sky curtains and various colored stones. You also buy bright-angle glass palace gauze calligraphy and painting lamps and hang them up. There is an incense table below and a red felt. naturally more prestigious than his family. Su Xian was very proud after hearing this. According to the lady's instructions, she went out and arranged them neatly and arranged the 3 treasures outside. When everyone saw this move, wood was used to block the door. At first they started talking about it, but for some unknown reason, they later saw smoke rising from the furnace and faint sounds of music and singing coming from the paintings. Everyone said it was strange. Just like this, one person spread the word to 10, and 10 people spread it to 100. The praise spread, and people from all over the place were aroused. More and more people gathered together. You also came to watch, and I also came to appreciate it. This special alleyway was packed with people. It is said that the fairies in the paintings are alive. There is talk of cigarettes in the fairy furnace. Revealed according to the time. It is said that the white jade bottle contains brilliance. In August weather, peach blossoms bloom in the bottle. It made many onlookers unwilling to leave for a while, and everyone called it a living treasure. After all, Su Banxian's home is different from others, and he saw the treasures here. Don't look at other people's lanterns. So the place felt very cold, except for the Su family's entrance, which was crowded with people. There are also many people who are so crowded that they have been here for a long time but have never seen them, so they have to wait until tomorrow. After the commotion got deeper and the treasures were collected, the tourists dispersed and the shop door was closed. On the next day, there were more spectators, and groups came and went, all wanting to see these 3 living treasures, as if there was a grand victory party. Su Xian was very happy. How could he know that today he would be so happy that he would be so sad? At this time, Mr. Gu from Kunshan arrived in Gusu by boat and went ashore into the city. All the servants went ahead carrying gifts. The steward followed the young master's sedan into Zhuanzhu Alley. There were too many people to squeeze in, so the servants took advantage of their power and spoke with a Beijing accent, cursing. The bastard made it with a bitch. What's there to see in front of you? Stop the official. Street gate, my young master is here, if you don't get out of the way. Aren't you afraid of being whipped? Then he raised his whip, and when everyone knew that the squire was coming, they were all frightened and moved away. The steward led the sedan to the front of the store and called out, Su Xianggong, my young master has come to express his gratitude. Su Xiandao, it turns out that your noble son came in person, and he didn't arrive at the right time. He quickly put on his coat and came out to greet him. Gu Sheng had already stepped out of the sedan chair. They walked arm in arm with each other, opened the middle door and walked to the hall. Su Xian said with a smile on his face, I think I, Su Xian, am so virtuous and capable that I dare to trouble the young master to surrender in person, which makes me panic and have no place to go. The young master said. What did Mr. Su say? If it hadn't been for Mr. succumbing to demons and curing diseases in the previous episode, he would have fallen into the spring. For such a safe and sound recovery, I should go to the hall to pay my respects. Please accept my prayers. Su Xian hurriedly bowed. After seeing the ceremony, the guests and host sat down. The old manager then presented the gift card and said, "These are small gifts. I hope Mr. Su will accept it." Su Xian couldn't refuse, so he had to accept half of it. The steward left and went with his brothers to look at the 3 living treasures outside. They all said they were very similar to those in my house, but the steward drank them down, not even suspecting that he had stolen them. Inside, Su Xian was chatting with the young master. Tea will be delivered as usual. It was also a coincidence that the waiter had gone outside, so Xiaoqing had to deliver tea. Holding the tea tray, he walked behind the screen door. When he saw Gu Sheng, he quickly shrunk and stopped. Su Xian only said that Gu Sheng had seen it and called Xiaoqing to bring tea quickly. Xiaoqing was about to go in. However, he was called by his master and knew that he would not be able to go out to see him. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. Just as the head of the Gu family walked in, he stretched out his hand as if to ask him to deliver tea on his behalf. So Su Xian got angry and called him a bitch. "Why are you so pretentious?" Mr. Gu listened. "I think this girl may know that I have a bad reputation and is afraid to come to see me in case I want to tease him." Just when she was thinking about it, Xiaoqing was forced to lower her head and bring out the tea. When he came to Gu Sheng, the young master reached out to take the tea, not wanting to look at him. But because he couldn't get out of delivering tea and was putting on airs, he must not be an ordinary girl. "Let me take a look at him and see what he looks like." Who knew that it would be okay not to look at it? It didn't matter if I didn't look at it. I was so frightened that my soul went up to the sky, and I shouted, "Ah! It's not good." The chamber pot spirit is here again. Xiaoqing was so confused by his shouting that he smashed the tea tray and cups in his hand, turned around, and fled inside. Su Xian asked hurriedly, "Why are you so panicked, master?" Gu Sheng was shocked, but he said to the manager, "This girl, is the chamber pot spirit here again?" General manager, according to this, Su Xian is no longer a serious person. The 3 living treasures placed at the door now belong to my family too. He actually makes a living from this, raising monsters at home, defrauding money, and stealing treasures. This girl, is the chamber pot spirit here again? General manager, according to this, Su Xian is no longer a serious person. The 3 living treasures placed at the door now belong to my family too. I saw it when I came in. It turned out to be a treasure in my house. You can prepare a bill and take Su Xian to Yusi Yamen to lodge a complaint. I have brought the antiques with me now. I will go back to the boat to wait for the letter. If I want to present them for inspection, I will come back to pick them up later. After giving the instructions, he got up and went out to get into the sedan chair, then took these 3 treasures. Put it in the sedan chair and go back to the boat. The general manager here prepared a note to issue a bill and wanted to report it to the county government official. Su Xian didn't understand at all. He stayed for a long time and said to himself, "This is really unreasonable. Why did you rob treasures when you came to my house to thank me? Should I report it to the official?" That group of servants, all like wolves and tigers, couldn't help but come forward to twist Su Xian and escort him to the Wuxian Yamen. The steward posted a message in the concierge and passed it on. When the county magistrate saw that he was a local eunuch, he immediately went to court to handle the matter. The 3 squadrons of government officials shouted and stood on both sides. The old manager came up first and told the whole story. The county magistrate was surprised when he heard it. Why are you surprised? It turns out that the treasure-stealing monster is Su Xian from Hangzhou. When he was in Xiantang County, he was haunted by the monster. Now that he was transferred to Wu County, he was haunted again. So very scared. This good official's name is Zhou Shiji. Looking back on the old events in Hangzhou, he made his grandma suffer. This time I met an old customer again, and it was a close encounter. Everything else doesn't matter, so we can go in. There is only one difficulty. The plaintiff is a descendant of a country squire and has great power. I had to act impartially, but I was afraid of causing trouble and offending the monster, so he was not stubborn. Therefore, the county magistrate frowned and said reluctantly, "Bring Su Xian up here." The officer agreed and brought Su Xian with him. The magistrate said, "You are Su Xian, raise your head, do you recognize me?" Su Xian replied that he didn't recognize it. The magistrate snorted and sneered, "You and I are customers, how can we not recognize each other? Now the Gu mansion is accusing you of raising demons and stealing treasures. You must confess honestly and don't talk nonsense." Su Xian reported, "This year's 6th anniversary at the end of the month, the Gu family sent someone here to bring a betrothal gift of 1,000 taels of silver. Asked me to go to Kunshan for medical treatment." The magistrate asked, "Which one's disease do you think it is?" Su Xiandao, "Because the young master is terminally ill and is actually haunted by demons, so he came here to invite me and ask for treatment. Now the demon has been contained and the disease is cured." The county magistrate asked again who the demon collector was, and Su Xian said, "I relied on my wife's magic to subdue the monster." The magistrate nodded and said, "Your wife is very magical. This county has known about it for a long time." Su Xian replied, "I accepted his kindness and thanked him for the generous gift. It was out of my own free will and I never forced him. Now that I have fully recovered from my illness, come to my house to say thank you." Instead, they committed wanton robbery, which was too unreasonable. Obviously relying on the power of the squire to oppress the common people, I looked to my grandfather to find out and recover these 3 antiques. The county magistrate said, "You slave, you can speak clearly. How did you know that your wife had stolen it from his house?" Then he took a red stick and called Shenxian, the messenger. Li Yu came forward and ordered, "If you have a red stick, please quickly take Su Xian's wife Bai Shi and your maid Shao Qing to answer the question in court." The second officer took the order and went. The general manager in the direction of the county magistrate said, "Old housekeeper, go and pay your respects to the young master. I'm sorry that I can't board the ship to say hello. There is no need to present the 3 antiques to the court." You don't have to wait here, just go back home with me. Su Xian's case will be handed over to the county, where he will be interrogated by the public and will receive his own answer. Please go, old housekeeper. The general manager resigned and left. At that time, the county magistrate temporarily detained Su Xian in the classroom and retreated to the back hall. I will wait for a while. Turning around, I wanted to confess to Empress Bai again. It turns out that books run in parallel, and one mouth cannot say two things. Now that I have talked about Su Xian, Shaoqing broke the teacup and hurried into the room to report to the Empress. However, the Empress was extremely regretful. If the yin and yang had been calculated earlier, how could such a disaster have happened? At this time, I was already confused and had no idea. I had to calculate the yin and yang again, only to know that the couple would be separated again, and it was destined that Jingjiang would reunite. However, I couldn't help but blame Shaoqing, and said, "It's all because of you, such a bitch. Man, you caused such a disaster. Since you know Gu Sheng is outside, you should avoid it." Why send tea out? Shaoqing said, "My servant wanted to avoid it, but my husband saw me and stopped me. I was not allowed to go in. I had no choice but to go out. Now that things are urgent, what will happen?" The Empress said, "It's an urgent matter, please go outside quickly. Take 25 taels of silver and divide it into 3 packages. Each of the 2 groups has 10 taels. The waiter only has 5 taels. He tells them to pack up and close the shop and go home. It is only said that the Gu family used their power to bully others, robbed antiques, and framed the husband. This lawsuit will never end. He must go to Beijing to see his mother-in-law to avenge this injustice. However, if the lawsuit continues, innocent people may be affected, so for now, we have to close the store temporarily." According to this statement, they have nothing to say. Shaoqing Weiwei, following the Queen's instructions, distributed the money to 2 groups of waiters and closed the shop. They each packed up their money, and then handed over the keys to the cupboard to Shaoqing, and asked Shaoqing to express his gratitude in front of the Empress. Waiting for Dong Wang's lawsuit to be settled, I will come back to serve you. He immediately asked the waiter to carry the burden and went together. Shaoqing closed the door and entered. Reply to the Empress, how will the funeral arrangements be arranged? The Empress said, "Young master, I will be here soon after my official business is over. I want to go to the court to see the magistrate, so that he will not dare to look down upon him and convict him rashly. Now go to the inner room and pack up the soft and valuable things. You need to be careful. The other cupboards and cages should be sealed off. Wait until dusk, go to the boat shop with the 5 ghosts, hire 2 large Shafai boats, and park in a secluded place behind Huqiu. Then ask the 5 ghosts to carry things on board and prepare to go to Zhenjiang. We will set off early tomorrow morning." Shaoqing nodded in agreement and was about to go in and clean up. Suddenly I heard a knock on the door. I guess it must be the official coming to arrest someone. The Empress asked Shaoqing not to show her face, and went out alone to open the door, put in 2 servants, and asked, "But are you here to take someone?" Seeing that the Empress was beautiful, the 2 servants replied softly, "I don't dare, I don't dare." Because of the confession in court. Any antique charms mentioned belong to your Empress, so please go and ask. I heard that the Empress wanted to go to the county government office, meet with the county magistrate, and save Su Xian from the crime. Let's see what happens next time. Chapter 27. She got lost. But she said that she saw an official coming. Take people. Pretending to be someone else, he said, "I'm just the daughter of a powerful general, so how can I show my face and walk on the street?" The official said, "Your Majesty is right. I'll just go to the alley to call for the sedan chair." When I was young, the sedan chair had already arrived. He took out 20 taels of silver and gave them to them. The 2 servants thanked them in succession. He asked the Empress to get on the sedan and said, "My maid, Xiaoqing, has a name on the card, so I must go with you." The Empress said, "It is useless for such ignorant maids to go. I will take care of everything." Cha agreed. Seeing the Empress getting on the sedan chair and getting off the curtain, the 2 of them came towards the county carrying a pedestal. Walk halfway. Suddenly a gust of black wind blew, making it difficult to open my eyes. With great difficulty, he managed to hold on and walked from Shiqing Bridge to the front of the county, where he carried the sedan into the first gate and parked it. At that time, the magistrate was sitting in the hall interrogating other cases. Yuan Chai came forward and knelt down and said, "Master, Bai has been brought here." The magistrate asked, "Where is Xiaoqing?" The chaplain said, "Xiaoqing is sick and doesn't know about personnel. The master just needs to ask Mr. Bai and he will understand." The county magistrate said, "You sell the law, don't stop at the important things, now bring the Bai family up first." The original messenger stepped back, walked to the sedan chair, and said, "Your Majesty, please get out of the sedan chair. Lift up the sedan curtain. This scare is no small matter." He shouted. "It's not good." He turned around and ran up to the hall, saying, "Master, Bai sure has changed. Transformed into an old corpse." The county magistrate said, "If something like this happens, it's easy to cause trouble." Waiting for the county to see it in person. Immediately got up and went out. He took the Zhaobao officer to the sedan and took a look. He was extremely horrified. Sure enough, it was the body of an old woman. Her face was ashen, her eyes were closed, and a blue cloth was tied around her waist, so she was not afraid of people. The county magistrate Zhou Yi thought, "This is another beautiful woman from Hangzhou, performing tricks like that local broom. If I take Su Xian to task today, I'm afraid the grandma who goes to bed will suffer again." How to distribute this? I couldn't make up my mind for a moment. I turned around and sat in the public case. I saw a man in mourning clothes coming in crying. With my mother crying in my mouth, I ran straight to the public case and called the master to report the theft. The magistrate asked him what was missing, and the filial son said, "My mother is missing. She died on the board door, and I don't know who stole it. I live near the county government office. I heard that the master called me to the audience, so come and scream, asking the master to return it." The magistrate then ordered the messenger who had originally taken him into custody to take him down to identify him. If it is his mother, ask him to take it back. After the filial son acknowledged it, he came again and asked, "My dear, I don't know what crime you have committed, and you still have to come to the yamen after your death?" The county magistrate said, "No need to ask about that. Even the county doesn't understand." Then he called the messenger in and said, "I will reward him with 2 taels of silver, and then carry the sedan back to its place. Go quickly." But my book writer has one sentence to explain. It turns out that when this old woman was in Japan, she had never sat in a sedan chair since she got married. She often complained about her fate. He said that when he died in the future, he would always sit with him. Do you think a poor family can afford to live there? Now that the white lady has taken advantage of her, she has indeed complied with his words. After talking about it in a leisurely way, the county magistrate Zhou Yi was full of melancholy and sighed several times, thinking, his magic is so effective. Why did he come again when I arrived in Suzhou? But he didn't dare to convict Su Xian, hoping that Kunshan wouldn't come to tighten things up, and it would be easy to deal with it then. So after retreating, he discussed it with the master again, and immediately ordered people to inquire about the Gu family, if it's not important. Then he went to Gusu station to find out who had bailed Su Xiantu out here. After questioning, he still asked the man to be bailed out. He only said that Su Xian was haunted by demons and had stolen real goods and fake goods. The crime could be forgiven, and the case could be completed. 1 day passed, but there was no movement in Kunshan. Another person was sent to ask who Wang Yongchang was, and the news came immediately. The county magistrate also asked a few questions. It was just the right time for Yongchang. He was supposed to still be in the clinic for physiology, but he couldn't get it, so he was released on bail, and Su Xian went to Dashingtang medicine shop again. This statement is slow to express. Besides, the white lady showed some magical powers in the sedan chair and returned home in an instant. First, he asked Xiaoqing to close the front and back doors tightly. Then he took out a fork bag that was not worn or leaked, and sat in the middle hall, muttering something in his mouth, shouting, "Quiet," and then asked Xiaoqing to open the mouth of the bag. He also asked the 5 ghosts to put all the belongings upstairs and downstairs into bags. Xiaoqing asked, "Maybe they can be loaded together?" The Empress said, "If you can pack as many as you can, why not?" Xiaoqing also didn't believe it. After all, his moral practice was shallow, so he asked this question. Now look at the 5 ghosts being put in one after another. Tables, chairs, stools, cupboards, boxes, cages, and other items are all in the bag. He looked at the mouth of the bag and saw that it was only half full, but he couldn't lift it with his handbag. The Empress drew the word "light" on the bag. Sure enough, when Xiaoqing mentioned it, she felt much more relaxed. He also ordered him to take the deposit, go to the pier to hire a large ship of number 2, and call for a small sedan when he came back. I'd like to get off the ship first. Although it is bound for Zhenjiang, it has to be temporarily anchored behind Huqiu Mountain. He only said that he would have to load up if he stopped for a while. The goods will not be shipped until dawn. Xiaoqing obeyed the order. A boat was hired. Call the sedan again and take the queen off the boat. It was getting late, so the boat left the dock and moved forward. After pausing for a moment, Xiaoqing put the fork bag on his shoulder and flew away to a remote place. When the clouds fell, he took a closer look and saw that he was behind Huqiu Mountain. Wait for the big boat to arrive and open the bag early. The 5 ghosts were asked to carry various objects and arrange them on the beach. When they saw the big ship docking, they did not ask for the help of the sailors on the ship and filled the boat with clumsy things. The soft and valuable things were loaded on the queen's boat. After everything was done, Xiaoqing came to see the empress. The sky is bright, let's start the boat. The gong sounds and the stick rushes the journey. There are 4 stops from Suzhou to Zhenjiang, which is not too far. That day the boat arrived at Zhenjiang South Gate Pier and berthed. The empress ordered Xiaoqing to go ashore to look for a house. It is necessary to find a place with a busy street that is suitable for use. I plan to open a shop later and live and work here with my husband. Xiaoqing left the boat and landed immediately after being ordered to do so, not walking through the streets and alleys, but only walking through the busy streets. After entering the city gate, we went through twists and turns until we came to 5 streets. There are many shops on both sides, with majestic style and densely hung signboards. There are many pedestrians coming and going, and it is extremely lively. It is a place where businessmen gather. He carefully looked over slowly and saw a row of 3 bay stores closed, with a red rental paper on the door. He expected that the lady would like it, but she didn't know where the landlord lived, so he had to ask his neighbor for details. Just thinking about it. I saw a ready-made clothes shop opposite, where 2 masters and apprentices were sitting making clothes. He walked up the steps and called out, "Master, I want to ask you a question and give me some instructions. The empty house opposite is for rent. I don't know where the landlord lives." The old tailor replied, "Go straight over and turn the corner. Ask for help. Chen Yuanwai, Wumei Lane, Street. It's called scraping iron." Xiaoqing thanked him and was about to walk down the steps when he was stopped by the apprentice. Seeing that Xiaoqing was handsome, he wanted to have fun with him. He then said, "I have something to say to your sister, you go over there. There are place names written on the alleys at Quoto. It is not Sangxin Street, but actually. The word pleasant means Wumei Lane. You must ask Humei Lane. You have to understand clearly." Xiaoqing thanked him again and was about to leave. The apprentice said, "Go slowly. I still want to take care of you, as respectful as your sister. Rome, go rent a house there, I guarantee success." After hearing this, Xiaoqing knew that he meant to make fun of him, so she refused to flirt with him. Turn around and leave. I thought to myself, the member they are talking about, Mr. Chen, must be a lustful ghost. Others are afraid of him, but I am not afraid. I am just afraid that he will fall into my trap and wait until I see the opportunity. After making up my mind, I walked straight from Shangxin Street to Hemei Lane, and arrived at the wall gate of Chen Mansion, which was very tall. What a wealthy family! Why is he so notorious and so notorious? His wealth must have come from exploitation in a wrong way. I don't want to worry about him now. I'll go and ask him, and then I can reason with him. Then he asked, "Is there anyone at the door?" When the gatekeeper saw a beautiful woman coming to the door, he hurriedly said, "What are you doing here, girl?" Xiaoqing said, "Is this the residence of Yuan Chen?" The gatekeeper nodded and said, "Yes." Xiaoqing said again, "I have something to do. I want to see your family members. Please let me know." The gatekeeper thought, "No." The member of the Communist Party of China is in luck again. However, the court master inside has ordered that if a woman comes to the door, she is not allowed to report it. Violators will be punished according to family law. He had to reply, "Yuan Y is not at home. He hasn't come back for several days." Xiaoqing felt disappointed and was about to turn around and exit. I saw a young housekeeper who was 15 or 16 years old walking out. His name is Xiao Hua, and he is a close follower of the Communist Party of China. When he saw Xiaoqing being so charming, he came up and asked, "Miss, what are you doing with my family members?" Xiaoqing also called him uncle and said, "I have nothing else to do here. Because my mistress moved here from Suzhou and wanted to rent a house, she ordered me to go out and look for it. Seeing that Wudiaji Zuanzong's property was kept there, he came here to borrow it from a businessman. As long as the officials agreed, the uncle would be paid." The little follower said, "So you want to rent a house? This is a serious transaction. Please sit down in the porter's room for a while, girl, and let me make the announcement for you." After saying that, he left and ran into the study to report. A girl came outside and said that his mistress moved from Suzhou and is now on the ship and wants to rent a house. Because I saw that the empty houses on Wutiao Street belonged to outsiders, I wanted to talk to outsiders. This official's nickname was Bunyan. Because he exploited the common people and was unkind for the sake of wealth, he was renamed Unkind. At this moment, I was trimming chrysanthemums in the study. When I heard the announcement, I said, "When renting a house, it is not easy to have an acquaintance to guarantee the house and rent. Now they are here from Suzhou. The origin is unknown and there is no basis for investigation. How can we rent it to him? Why did you come in and report it?" Xiao Hua said, "I have never seen this sister outside. If I did, I would definitely rent to her without even asking for a guaranteed rent." The member said, "Since you say so, go and call him in to see me." Xiao Hua said yes and led Xiaoqing in. Xiao Qing knew that Bu Ren was a bad person and deliberately wanted to seduce him. She walked lightly into the study room, and when she got close to her, there was a feeling of the aroma, which is neither orchid nor fragrant, has already made people fall into ecstasy and cry out. The officer is outside. The girl Xiao Qing comes to see you. The officer said hurriedly, "Get up. Miss, please sit down." Xiao Qing said, in front of the officer, "There is a seat for the maid." "What's the harm in this?" said the member. "You can only talk when you sit down." Xiao Qingfang sat down next to him. While asking Xiao Hua to bring tea, he asked, "The girl has a surname. Where is the house? What are you doing here?" Xiao Qing replied, "My boss's surname is Su Mingxian, with a Chinese character. He is originally from Qiantang County, Hangzhou. He moved to Suzhou and opened a medicinal materials store. The person in the boat now is my mistress." Having said this, the member asked again, "Why are you here?" Xiao Qing said, "To be honest, the master didn't do his job properly and only liked to look for flowers and willows." The mistress refused to listen and became angry, so he went off without leaving and searched everywhere, but there was no trace, so he moved to Zhenjiang. "How did you know you were here?" said the member. Xiao Qing said, "There is a reason. My master often mentioned that the feng shui of Jingjiang was far better than that of Subang. He originally wanted to move here and open a shop here. Therefore, he was expected to arrive here, and his mistress also followed him. Now I see this empty house on Wutiao Street. It is a treasure of your house. I have been ordered to come to the house and ask for help. I can rent it temporarily and wait for my master to come home." "I can't thank you enough." The members laughed loudly and repeatedly said, "Your Majesty." It turned out that he met a charming woman and smelled a strange fragrance. This fragrance was not the fragrance of pink flowers, but the fragrance of Gu Sheng, who was obsessed with him that day. Therefore, the officer was confused and fascinated. He nodded and said, "Not bad." No lies. But there is a saying, when people rent a house, there is always someone they know or are close to. Brother Hanwen is not in front of you. Only your grandma makes the decision, which feels a little inconvenient. Xiao Qing said, "Arguing with reason is impossible. Since we have no relatives, we had to rely on outside officials to accomplish this. Gratitude is not shallow." "In that case," the member said, "for Brother Hanwen's sake, I will board the ship with you to meet with your mistress and discuss it later." Xiao Qing said, "Thank you for taking the trouble, but how can you do it with such hard work?" The member said, "Since it looks good on the face, what's the harm?" As I said it, I thought, if the girl is so beautiful, then the mistress must be even more beautiful. If the guess is correct, wouldn't it mean that the peach blossom star is destined to die? So he said again, "Is your mistress from Suzhou or Hangzhou?" Xiao Qing said, "My mistress is from Hangzhou, and her surname is Bai. The late master served as a general military officer." When the minister heard that she was a rich lady, he called her respectable and immediately set off with Shaoqing. He asked Shaoqing to guide her and walked out of the house without any servants accompanying her. They walked out of the house and came to the dock. Shaoqing asked the crew to get on board and wait outside for a while. He went to the cabin first to report to the Empress, whispering a few words in her ear. The Empress nodded and said, "Please." Shaoqing turned around and asked Chen Buren to come into the cabin. The man walked outside the cabin and looked up. He was immediately shaken and his soul was no longer with him. The Empress first calls out Uncle Chen, and the other members also call out Grandma Bai. After greeting each other twice, the guest and host sit down respectively. Shaoqing gave him a cup of tea, and the member lied and said, "Grandma's purpose of coming, Miss Qing has made it clear. Fortunately, Brother Han Wen is my best friend, so why not rent a house? Looking back on last year, when I went to Suzhou, Brother Han treated me very well. I feel so ashamed to be here." "It's exactly what you can't ask for." The Empress said, "It turns out that Uncle Chen and my husband are close friends. Let me tell you the truth, because my husband listened to others and wanted to open a shop here. I was afraid that I would not be accustomed to living in a foreign land for a long time, so I made excuses several times and refused, and my husband and I have been at odds ever since." He was wandering around outside. He was either gambling or prostitution. Now he has gone and never returned. I have been looking for him everywhere, but there is no news. My love must be in Xinjiang, so I moved here to find my husband. I would like to rent a property in Zunfu, but I don't know how much the rent deposit should be. At this time, the member was fascinated and answered without thinking. Whether to rent the house to the Empress or not will be discussed in the next chapter. Chapter 28, Infatuated Love. But Chen Buren said that Chen Buren was a womanizer. When the Empress asked about the rent deposit, she replied casually, "Since Grandma Bai wants to rent a house, there is no need to negotiate the rent price. She can just move in by herself." The Empress said, "Although I accept Chen Debo's treatment, it is just that when renting a house, you have to pay money and sign a contract before you can enter the house." The foreigner said, "What are you talking about? Brother Han and I are comparable to our own brothers. If you ask for money, I will be sorry in the future." Brother Han. "So I was slow to write the lease today, but it was moved there on its own. I will develop all the items by myself and write them down in the account. I will wait for Brother Han to come back and I will settle the matter with him." The Empress said, "I have taken so much trouble and taken care of you. How can I repay my kindness when I come back?" "You're welcome," the member said. "After you seal the cabinet, along with various belongings, make a detailed account." I moved it there so that I could pay back the accounts. I will go back now and call some family members to carry things and clean the house. I will wait until dusk tonight to take you into the house." The Empress thanked him profusely and left him to eat in the boat. The officer said, "I'm going to go. I need to take care of business. I'll leave it to you another day." After that, he said goodbye and left. He went ashore and returned home, as if he had lost his mind. He ordered all the family members to work separately. They cleaned the new house and bought things at the same time. They also hired workers to move the belongings. Every item was taken care of by outsiders. When everything was assigned, he arrived in person. Go to the new house. Taking care of it, there are statues of gods in the front hall, 3 animal blessing gifts on the table, red candles burning high, and pairs of calligraphy and paintings hanging on them, which are particularly bright. Whatever was lacking was brought from home, and everything was ready by dusk. Then he ordered his family to call 2 sedan chairs. Go to the pier to welcome the master's mate ashore. In a short while, we arrived in front of the new house on Wutiao Street. The lights were brightly lit. We put down the 100 suns and carried in Xinglongji cake, 1,000-year-old red, auspicious grass, evergreen, 100-eye sieve, and all the things needed for moving. Prepared. Ask your family members to bring them from the boat to wish you good luck. At this time, the official sedan stopped in the middle hall. The Empress got out of the sedan chair, with bright lights and candles. She burned incense and kowtowed in front of the gods and Buddhas, then turned around to thank Mr. Chen. Buren came over and said with a fake smile, "Don't you dare. Grandma, bye. Don't take it to heart, I am just like my own brother, Brother Han. What should I be thankful for? I am responsible for the internal and external affairs and have no time to chat with Grandma, so now I invite Grandma to rest in the room. Until tomorrow, I can just go to the house to congratulate you. The Empress can't thank you enough." He said goodbye and retreated into the inner room. He looked around and said, "It's hard for him to put so much effort into it. It's a pity that he has evil thoughts. How could I know that I am determined to repay my kindness, and I don't dare to be ridiculous at all, and I am betraying the orders of the Golden Mother. If he can turn around early and correct his evil ways, I should compensate him. His friendship today. If he persists in disciplining him, he will fly into flames and bring about his own destruction." While I was thinking about it, Xiaoqing came in. It is said that Buren was out cooking, very busy, developing various kinds of money, and inviting the neighbors to have wine. He went back after the second watch. As soon as he arrived in the morning, Chen Buren put on brand new clothes and came to congratulate him. He also gave many gifts and carried them inside. The Empress hurriedly came out to meet me. Xiaoqing presented the gift list, and the staff came up to congratulate me and said, "I hope you will accept these small gifts." The Empress said, "I thanked Uncle Chen for being so kind yesterday. Now I have been given a generous gift, which I dare not accept. Uncle Chen invites you to come forward and receive thanks from Mr. Bai." The foreigner also returned the salute. After bowing and sitting down, Xiaoqing gave the tea to the foreigner, and the foreigner said, "It's a small gift, don't make fun of it. If I don't accept him, I will be ashamed and have no place to live." Xiaoqing, who was next to him, interjected, "Since the member is here sincerely, the mistress will be surprised if she doesn't accept it." After hearing this, The Empress took a closer look at the gift list and saw that it was 5 loads of white rice, 30 loads of rice firewood, fine 4 kilograms of bud tea leaves, 4 kilograms of lotus seeds, 4 kilograms of southern dates, 9 kilograms of soy sauce, and 4 baskets of chestnut charcoal, he said with a smile. It really took a lot of effort from the staff to be so considerate of my new arrival here, and to give me daily necessities. It is indeed a foreign land, something money cannot buy. If I don't accept it, I'm afraid I'll lose my respect. This is called being disrespectful, and I feel ashamed to accept it. The member said, "What are you talking about? It's better to be polite." The Empress said, "Thank you very much, Uncle. I have to wait until my husband comes back to make up for it." We chatted for a while, and Buren was about to say goodbye. His Majesty insisted on letting him stay for dinner, but the minister repeatedly declined. What was the reason for this? It turned out that he was not interested in drinking. My whole heart is focused on the 2 masters and maidservants. It's hard to start at this moment. What fun is there in waiting for dinner in a deserted manner? It would be better to go back and come back one day later, so I got up and said goodbye. The Empress here already knew what she meant and secretly discussed it with Shaoqing. Shaoqing also knew that Buren had been very enthusiastic about the past 2 days, and was very interested in opening a store for us. It happened to be a smooth sailing, and we ended up asking him to help. The Empress thought so. I prepared a few words and spoke to him, but I waited a moment. Besides, after Buren met Bai Shi, his will became comatose. She is obsessed with him and has spent all her efforts and financial resources, but it is still difficult to match one phone. Although I have stayed in my house, I can only stay in the day for a while, but it makes me worried and restless. I will go for a walk today, maybe I will meet him by chance. So he came to Wutiao Street and knocked on the door. Enter. But it happened that the Empress was sitting in the hall. They bowed when they met. The Empress said, "Uncle Chen is a member of the family, why should he be so formal? Please take a seat." The foreign minister said, "You're welcome, Grandma Bai, you can sit down too. I wonder what to do here." "What?" said the Empress, "because I was bored sitting alone, I did some needlework. Just to relieve boredom." The member said, "If Grandma Bai is confused, you might as well tell me. I can help you sort it out." After hearing his question, the Empress realized that this opportunity had come, so she took advantage of the situation and said, "To be honest with Uncle Chen, although my husband is coming to Xinjiang, it is difficult to book a date. Or maybe he's already here, where can he find it? I think my master and maid are both women. How can I go out on a parade and look for people in the neighborhood? So I thought about it day and night and came up with a way to find my husband. I still had a shop open in front of my door. Fortunately, there are cabinets and scales for every item. Medicinal ingredients, decoctions, everything is available. All you need to do is hang up the ready-made signboard, add the words, 'Suzhou is divided here,' hire 2 capable guys, and you can open a store." But I had to rely on my uncle for help, which was better than putting up posters in 4 separate posts to discipline my husband. After hearing the news, he came back soon. As promised, my husband and I will never forget our gratitude. When Buren heard this, he hit the mark. Although I come in and out here every day, it is inevitable that others will make short comments. If he opens a shop, I will use it to make a living and help him with things. At night, hand over the money account and take the opportunity to enter. This good thing can be accomplished. So he pretended to be serious and answered straightforwardly, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." It shows that Grandma Bai is talented and came up with such a good idea. Even if you don't add the words "Suzhou is divided here" on the signboard, it doesn't matter, as long as you open a store. Brother Hanwen will come on his own. Moreover, the goods and objects are all complete. Even if the medicinal flavor is slightly lacking, it must be replenished. I will issue another 500 taels of principal silver so that we can settle the matter in the future. As for the decoration of the store, it only costs a few taels of silver, which is a limited amount, and can be completed. Talking about hiring people. But there are 2 ready-made ones. They also asked me to recommend business during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they must still be at home at this time. One is named Mao and the other is Do. They come from a big shop and are very reliable. Grandma Bai, please rest assured, leave everything to me and there will be no mistakes. I will go back now and send for the wood and lacquer craftsmen to start work tomorrow morning. What do you think? The Empress said, "I can't repay Uncle Chen enough for your troubles." Buren said, "I should serve you. Goodbye." I was very proud at the moment, thinking that there was a way to enter the body, and it would not be difficult to go deep into the paradise. I got up and returned home. He sent his family to call the carpenters and painters to clean up the store from tomorrow, and it would be completed in less than 2 days. He also hired Mao Do and his 2 gangs to send money for repairs first, which was a foregone conclusion. He went to the store to arrange everything and decided to open on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. Sure enough, the business was bustling, just like the previous one in Suzhou, so there's no need to repeat the details. It's just that Buren is just like the head of the family, and all the comings and goings are controlled by him alone. At the second watch, I went in to pay my bills and meet with the Empress. This was done every day from the day the store opened. It didn't matter that he came in and went out after paying his bills every night. He always chatted and gossiped, sometimes happily. Also mixed with joking words. Although he has never been close to her, he has made the queen extremely annoying. But Buren has not yet succeeded, and it is difficult to be satisfied. So he devises a clever plan in the hope of breaking up his marriage and accomplishing his own good deeds. Who knows that the Empress knows his malicious intentions? I also hope that he will look back as soon as possible and put an end to his obsession. In the future, he will repay his former kindness and give him some benefits. If he continues to persist in his obsession, he has fallen into a trap, and I can't blame him. It can be seen that the Empress's intention is that everything is reasonable and the grievances are clear, if it were not for Chen Buren's lust. I would never commit such a cruel trick. Moreover, the queen's yin and yang are accurate, and she predicts that her husband will come back soon. If you see him behaving like this, you must be suspicious. So that night, I prepared a banquet of wine and food, invited him to have a meal here, and persuaded him with gentle words that when my husband returns home in the future, don't come to the door less often, lest suspicions arise. The decision was made, so at dusk the banquet was prepared. But Xiao Buren came in to pay the account and called out, "Grandma Bai, I'm here to pay the account. There are 2 bags of silver, totaling 13 taels and 5 cents, and another 7,730 cents. It's locked in the cabinet, please take the key." The Empress said, "Why didn't Uncle take the money from the sale? Why bother to pay the account every night?" Buren said, "The money I paid for you will be settled when Brother Han comes back. Now when entering and exiting the store, accounts should be paid." The Empress said, "I will prepare coarse food tonight." With a slight expression of gratitude, I left my uncle to eat the night meal and go back. Buren said, "Since I accept my good intentions, I have no choice but to accept the favor." I said this, thinking to myself, I have been waiting for you for many days, and now I have to repay my love and fulfill my wish of missing you. Grandma Liangqingbai sat across from her and kept company with her, and the banquet was placed in the outer room. After eating, it has the same effect as the joy of flying. It is really wonderful. How do you know that he has made a big mistake? The queen invited him to have a drink tonight, but she wanted to dissuade Buren. When the husband comes home in the future, it is best for Zhu Fan to keep track of him, so as not to be suspected. This was originally a good intention, but Buren did it. Here comes Mr. Maojia heir. Could it be that good things have turned into enemies? Expressed a few words. Besides, the Empress called Shaoqing to serve wine, and Shaoqing was ordered to place the banquet in front of the hall. There is only one set of cups and chopsticks, and I feel very unhappy in my heart. Grandma Bai didn't accompany her to drink, and the banquet was not placed in the outer room, so he must have changed his mind. It's hard to get what you want tonight. Deliberately asked, "Why doesn't Grandma Bai come to drink?" The Empress said, "I have already eaten. Uncle, please sit down and wait for me to offer you a drink. These coarse dishes can be used as you like, and they are not considered rewards." Buren was busy. He said, I don't dare take it. It's a pity that the good food and wine are left here to eat." Feel calmer. The Empress said, "As soon as my husband left, there was no news. There were only 2 masters and maids in the house. They became more and more calm, which made me look at him every day. It's been 10 days since I opened the shop. Why don't I go home?" Buren was thinking about using his plan. Hearing this, he took the opportunity to say, "I advised Grandma not to worry about it in vain. Brother Han is refusing to come back right now. The reason for this is that I should have arrived early, but it was already too late to get the real information." The Empress said, "Uncle, please tell me quickly. Where is he?" Buren said, "Brother Han is not going anywhere else. As early as when he was sleeping in flowers and willows in Yangzhou, he was drunk on paper and money, squandering money like dung and dirt, and had already forgotten his wife at home. I'm afraid it will be another 2 years before Brother Han comes back. The Empress pretended to listen and sighed. I don't want officials to be so dissolute outside. Who can I rely on? I'm so miserable. The tears dropped like broken pearls. Buren said, I said I couldn't talk about it, but I started crying bitterly. But according to my opinion, it doesn't matter. In the future, after he has finished using his money, he will always go home. As long as you, Grandma Bai, come up with some tricks. After torturing him a lot, he naturally changed his ways. The Empress said, since ancient times, the husband has been the master, so how can a wife control him? It's always my bad luck and my husband's bad luck that leads to this. Buren nodded and praised, it's really rare for Grandma to be so virtuous and virtuous. Unexpectedly, my court master always wanted to control me for the sake of women, so I had no choice but to endure it, not daring to offend him. The Empress did not answer his mouth, but asked Shaoqin to pour wine and persuaded him to have one more glass. Buren raised the glass in his hand and said to himself, when Brother Han comes back in the future, I will punish him severely. I think you have such a beautiful wife who is so virtuous and virtuous. She is in love with the flowers and weeds in the brothel. It is true that your eyes can't see the good and evil, and your nose can't smell the fragrance. If I had Grandma's beauty and hid in the golden house, would still want to go out and eat and sleep with her every day. She fell down under the pomegranate skirt, and it was too late to make him laugh. Even if he wants to beat me and scold me, I will bear it willingly. Having said this, he sipped the wine, put down the cup, and suddenly looked back at the Empress and said, now that I've thought about it, I have one more thing to ask you, upstairs at night. At this point, she quickly shrank back and said, stop talking, I'm afraid you will be scared. Seeing that he was hesitating, the Empress must ask him to speak out. I don't know what Chen Buren said and what he was afraid of. Let's see the explanation next time. Chapter 29, Frightened. But he said that Chen Buren deliberately fabricated lies. He deceived the Empress and pretended that he wanted to talk but wanted to ask the Empress to ask him. The Empress had already known his intention, so she asked, Uncle Chen, what do you think of the upstairs? I must ask for advice. Buren said, don't say good things, you can't afford to scare me. The Empress said, it doesn't matter. If you don't say it. It's rather confusing. Buren said, upstairs here, a daughter-in-law was hanged to death the year before last. Since then, many tenants have changed, but they all moved out because they couldn't stand the noise. The Empress was surprised and said, oh, it turns out there is someone hanging in the room. It's strange that there has been such a noise these past 2 nights. I still act like a cat catching mice. How can we live if ghosts are screaming? Buren said, I think so, but it doesn't matter. Generally speaking, women are in, so ghosts will appear. As long as there are men acting, yang energy will overcome in, and ghosts can lurk. Grandma, don't be disappointed, just be patient for a while. Just wait for Brother Han to come back. The Empress said, I can wait there until my husband comes back. It's better to just ask your uncle to stay at the property for a few days. Bu Ren said, this is absolutely impossible. If Brother Han comes back, how will he respond? Grandma still has to make her own decisions. The Empress said, this matter has nothing to do with Uncle. Even if my husband comes back, just don't mention it. Bu Ren said, then I'll go outside and take care of you. I immediately got up and went out, telling my servant Xiaohua, I'll sleep on the couch in the outer hall for a while. Because Grandma Bai left me a night meal, I have to go back tomorrow morning. After explaining, he went back inside and said again, in this case, let's move the food and wine upstairs to eat, which is good for the grandeur. The Empress agreed, thinking to herself, Chen Buren's heart is so confused that it is hard to persuade him with good words. First, he said that my husband was a prostitute, and then that there was a ghost upstairs, just random nonsense. I have yin and yang, how can you fool someone into believing me? Besides, my husband will be returning soon, so I am always suspicious when this person comes in and out here. For the current plan, we must take him back so that he can stay ill for several months before we can discuss it again. At this time, I heard that the second drum was playing in the Qiao Tower, and the wine and food had been moved to the outer room upstairs. After sitting down, the Empress personally held the pot and poured the wine. If you don't drink too much, you will definitely get what you want tonight. But I have to eat more food and drink less wine, so that Grandma Bai can know how powerful I am. So after a few drinks, I said enough was enough. Xiao Qing served the rice and Bu Ren ate 6 bowls in a row. He wanted to eat it and watch it with his wife. Seems to be eating well. It means strong body. After eating and tidying up, I drank some facial water and fragrant tea, and got ready to have some fun. After sitting for a while, the bed was already opened. The girl made the bed with quilts, and red candles were lit all night in the inner and outer rooms, which made the obsessed Chen Buren happy. If you want to go forward and tease the queen. Also to prevent Xiaoqing from being an eyesore, the master and maidservant had not yet communicated, so they did not dare to behave inappropriately and looked at the Empress blankly. The Empress said, Uncle Chen, please go to bed. Xiaoqing will follow me into the room to sleep. Buren asked quickly, where is Miss Xiaoqing's room? The Empress replied, it's right next door to my room. Buren said, so it turns out that in this way. Grandma, please. Xiaoqing took the photo, went into the inner room with his wife, and closed the door. Bu Ren secretly screamed, oh, it's over. The door is closed, and it is difficult to predict whether Xiaoding will open it or not. He couldn't help but become suspicious. After thinking about it, he said, I already understand, he wants to hide it from Xiaoqing. Just wait until the third watch to enter the room. Besides, the Empress entered the inner room. Although the door was pushed open, it was not bolted. She said a few words to Xiaoqing silently. Shao Qing nodded and closed the door next door. The Empress also slept sideways on the bed, waiting. Here comes the obsessed man. Let me wait. It's just unkind to sit alone in the outer room, looking forward to a good time. Waiting until the third watch was about to pass, Shao Qing must have fallen asleep, so he stood up, walked softly, walked to the door, looked in through the crack in the door, knowing that it was ajar, and not bolted. Push slightly with your hands. Half of the door was opened, and the inner room was very bright with red wax and high fever. The Empress was sleeping on her gums, with her vest turned outwards. The curtain was opened there, and she looked more closely, her dark hair, snow-white pink neck, and her lower body covered with a red silk quilt. The two colors were distinct and extremely delicate. The more she looked at it, the more irritated she became. I really can't bear it. Just as he lifted his right foot and stepped into the door, he heard a strange sound behind the bed, as if something had fallen over. He listened carefully again, but nothing happened. At this point, I enlarged my sexual courage and stepped in with my left foot. Just as he was about to get up, he heard two scraping sounds from behind the bed. I cried out in pain, knowing that something was wrong. If I wanted to get out, I couldn't pull out my leg. Then I felt a gust of cold wind blowing from behind the bed. There was a faint woman with her back facing outwards. She retreated and came to the bed to give her a blessing. Then he turned around and felt another blast of cold wind, blowing out the lights. This scare is no small matter. He saw that the female ghost's face was ashen, bleeding from 7 orifices, her eyebrows were hanging upside down, her hair was messy, a tongue more than 3 inches long was sticking out of her mouth, and a sweat towel was hanging around her neck. This kind of evil appearance is so scary. At this time, Bu Ren was heartbroken and his body was shaking and shaking. I want to run away, but unfortunately I can't move even an inch. Then I saw a female ghost approaching the dressing table, lifting up the mirror, taking a picture, and sighed, I am the daughter of a famous family, and I married into the Zheng family of the East Gate. Because my husband sells silk floss, he is often away from home. The landlord's name is Chen Buren, who is extremely evil and cunning. He came to collect the rent, and when he saw that I was pretty, he made fun of me. I mistrusted him for a while and lost my reputation. Later, my husband came home and broke into me. He beat me severely and locked up the empty room. I begged him several times to save me, but he ignored me and forgot about the love on my pillow. Therefore, I was ashamed and resentful, and I committed suicide. I was so miserable. Tears of blood fell from his eyes. After hearing these words, Buren thought to himself, no wonder this ghost has a kind face, it turns out to be him. Ah, the enemy has met the enemy. I wish he didn't see me. Why can't I escape? I could only recite, Save King Bodhisattva, silently. Then I heard the female ghost say, I have been waiting in the underworld for 3 years, so I should be replaced. Now that the Bai family woman has arrived, I can ask for my life and be reincarnated. After that, take the sweat towel in your hand. Approach the bed. Suddenly I heard a slight noise at the door. I turned around and saw the unkind face. I gritted my teeth and said, I didn't expect that my enemy is here. How can I be willing to forgive you tonight? I'll make peace with my enemy first. Then he turned around and said to me. Outside, he was so frightened that his soul came out. He exhausted all his strength and fell down. It was easy to get to the stairs. I still wanted to escape, so I stood up, but I didn't want to miss one foot, so I fell down the stairs to the ground, and my breath was completely gone. The Empress heard the sound in the inner room and hurriedly sat up and called Xiaoqing to come and see. Xiaoqing took the photo. My wife walked to the door of the room and looked down, but she couldn't see clearly. He said, "What's under the escalator?" "Mistress, please stand here until the girl comes down to take a closer look." My wife walked to the door of the room and looked down, but she couldn't see clearly. He said, "What's under the escalator?" "Mistress, please stand here until the girl comes down to take a closer look." She walked down with her hand in hand and took a photo, and only shouted, "Ah, why did you fall down here?" The queen pretended to cry. Road. Just go out and call the housekeeper in. Xiaoqing took the order and immediately called Xiaohua in. When Xiaohua saw it, she was a little suspicious and said, "Why did my family member fall here? Very strange. Could it be that he fell down from upstairs?" The Empress and Xiaoqing said together, "We are the generation of women. How dare you push him? Little housekeeper, don't misunderstand me." Just now, the member was settling accounts in the inner hall, leaving him for dinner. After drinking a few more glasses of wine, he fell asleep on the table and said that he would go back later and asked us to go upstairs to sleep first. Unexpectedly, I had not slept for long when I suddenly heard a noise downstairs. When I came down with a lamp and took a look, I saw such a scene outside the members. Even we didn't know it. Xiaohua said, "I also understand a little bit about Yuan's problems. But now that he has fainted and lost his breath, he has to help him to the bed to try to save him and try to reason with him." So Xiaoqing and Xiaohua helped him to sleep on the couch in the inner hall, and hurriedly prepared ginger soup. Xiaohua caught the man and called the members, and the Empress also shouted to Uncle Chen to wake up. Xiaoqing and Xiaohua supported him on both sides and drank the ginger soup. Poor, his face is as yellow as wax, his lips are black and gray, and his eyebrows are knitted together. His eyes were slightly open, and there were a few bruises on his head and face. At this moment, after taking the ginger soup, there was a faint sound, and I felt that I had breath. After 3 people called him frequently, he gradually woke up and returned to the sun. He was still saying, "Grandma Zheng, please spare me. I was the one who harmed you. Tomorrow I will ask the eminent monk to give me salvation. Please spare me tonight. Please don't come close to me and go as soon as possible." Xiaohua said, "What kind of grandma is there? I'm just afraid of meeting an enemy." The Empress said, "Uncle, what the hell are you seeing? We can't afford to be scared. Buren said, this matter has nothing to do with you. Enemies have met their enemies. This place can no longer live. I want to go back. The Empress said, since you want to go back, the young housekeeper will call for a sedan to come quickly. Xiao Hua agreed to go, ran to Wumei Lane, and knocked on the wall and door with fists. The gatekeeper went to unlock it. Dong asked why he was so alarmed, and Xiao Hua explained in detail. He hurriedly roused the brothers and notified them until they went to the upper room. When the president of the hospital, Mrs. Liu, heard the news, she couldn't help crying and ordered her family members to carry a sedan chair there. He was told a few words to be careful and steady in order to prevent him from falling out. The family members left after being ordered to carry the sedan chair to Sue's house. Pause in the inner hall. The Empress had already escaped, and the family members called out to the attendants. Then they helped her into the sedan chair and sat down, tied it with a sweat towel, and then carried her back to the main house on her shoulders and sent her to the upper room to sleep peacefully. Mr. Liu's courtyard was extremely anxious. He sat on the edge of the bed and said, I have advised you before. This kind of fornication and deception is not allowed. Nowadays, it is difficult to resist the entanglement of evil spirits. He stretched out his hand and touched it, thinking that just now Xiao Hua said that his body was cold, but now it is as hot as coals, which is very powerful. Wait until tomorrow morning and send someone to ask for fortune-telling, make wishes and burn incense. On the other hand, I went to see Dr. Gao Ming for diagnosis and treatment. The doctor said he suffered from monesthesia. It is said that heart disease requires a heart medicine doctor, so even if you take your miracle medicine, it will not be effective. As the days and months pass by, the illness lingers and it is difficult to get out of bed. I'll put it aside. Besides, the White Lady had frightened Chen Buren away, and her heart was at peace, and she was waiting for her husband to come home to reunite, so as not to meet each other twice and avoid any complications. Fortunately, the Empress knew the past facts and knew that he had harmed Zheng's wife, so she secretly told Xiaoqin to pretend to be a hanged man. He was so frightened that he was bedridden. This is also something we have to do. I also press it for now. But he said that since Su Xian was involved in a lawsuit, fortunately his uncle Wang Yongchang bailed out, and he was still working in his house. How could he do any business if he wanted to? He remembered that he had opened a pharmacy in Zhuangzhou Lane. Business is booming and the family is reunited. How happy! Unexpectedly, Xiao Chang was in trouble. He was bullied by Gu Guan from Kunshan and swallowed the treasure. He turned to the court and almost faced prosecution. Although the county magistrate spared him and was released on bail, the shop in Baohao Hall has been closed, and the whereabouts of his wife and maidservant are unknown and no news has been heard. The Shi family was separated, so I felt very sad. I often went upstairs to cry, and several times Wang Yongchang heard me and tried to comfort him repeatedly, but he didn't realize it, leaving Yongchang with nothing to think about, so he might as well ask him to go out and relax. So today I heard him crying upstairs again. Then he asked Shi to invite Xianggong Su to come. After a while, Su Xian came in, wiped his tears, walked into the study, and called his uncle. After Yongchang ordered him to sit down, Fang said, "I advise you not to cry. Although you and your husband are deeply in love, after all, he is still a monster. How can there be a beginning and an end in the future? Therefore, I advise you to give up the idea of marrying another beautiful wife from now on and make sure it is your uncle. Okay?" Su Xiandao, thank you for your uncle's kindness and frequent advice. How dare you disobey me? But thinking about my wife's love, I couldn't help crying. I would like to learn from Song Hong in ancient times and never commit bigamy. Wang Yongchang heard what he said and said with a smile, "Haha, you are still confused and don't understand. It's really a pity. It seems that I advise you not to wake up for the time being. You can go to Zhenjiang for me to collect a guest account. You can take the money back to relax. Visit Jinshan Temple and Gongquan Temple. Gradually throw away this idea and that's it." Su Xiandao, how dare you disobey my uncle's orders? But I don't know when we are going to leave. Yongchang said, since you are willing to go, you might as well leave tonight. He turned around and called Shi over and ordered him to go to Huhitu. If the Jiaxing ship is empty, ask him to sail to Zhenjiang tonight and come back to calculate the money. If he doesn't go, it might as well call another ship. She responded and left immediately. After a while, Shen Daguan, who was on the boat with him, came in and met the officer. Because we are old hosts and guests, we need to explain the ship price. According to the original price of 4 cents a day, I will pay 1,000 first, buy some firewood, rice and side dishes, and then come back. The officer ordered Shi to take the money and give it to Officer Shen, and then ordered him to go to Mr. Su's building to lay the ground and put it on the boat. In the evening, the member of staff invited Su Xian to have a dinner. I wrote a letter asking him to collect the debt, asked him to keep it, and gave me a few words of comfort. Su Xian said goodbye and got up, and Yongchang asked Axi to take him off the boat. The two arrived on the boat together, and Officer Shen asked, "Why don't you go?" She said, "This time I went to Zhenjiang to collect debts. I should have sent my guy there. But Mr. Su has something on his mind. If he starts to cry, just forget about it and forget about it." At this time, Su Xian had already sat down in the boat. She then came in and asked, "When will my husband return after paying the debt?" Su Xiandao, "I will return to the store in less than 10 days. Just go ashore and answer the master's question." Axi agreed to go. The boatman unmoored and set off. Su Xian just missed his wife and cried, which made everyone on the boat feel sad. There was no other book along the way. After 3 days of sailing, the boat arrived at Zhenjiang Pier and berthed. The owner of the boat, Officer Shen, entered the cabin and asked, "Mr. Su, we have arrived in Zhenjiang. Should we go for some fun or settle the debt first?" Su Xiandao, "Of course it's important to settle the debt. Let me ask you, where are the 5 streets in Zhenjiang City? Do you know him? Officer Shen said, I'm not boasting. I know most of the routes in Zhenjiang. Sir, would you like me to go with you? However, Wutiao Street is very lively, so you have to read the signs clearly. Su Xiandao, that's very good. I just owe you a favor. Grandpa Shen said, what did your husband say? Should lead. Ask your husband to take the letter and go ashore together. Su Xian nodded, hid the letter in his arms, and immediately left the boat and landed with the boatman. I don't know if I have ever met my wife's house during this trip. I'll see what happens next. Chapter 30 Jingshu. But when Su Xian arrived at Zhenjiang, he went ashore and was guided by boatman Shen Daguan, who followed him. After turning a corner, there is the north-south thoroughfare. Entering Wutiao Street, I saw many shops and it was extremely lively. After walking a few dozen steps, I saw a signboard hanging in front of me. I wondered secretly, why is this store hanging my signboard? This is unreasonable. Who dares to take my name? Let me go in and ask for clarification. I stepped on the steps and walked into the store. Mao and Dou recognized them as customers and quickly stood up and said, Sir, please sit down. What do you have to say? Su Xiandao, which one is the shop owner? Mao Hua said, we went out to collect debts but didn't come back. Su Xiandao. Whose surname is Lingdong? Mao Hua said, my surname is Su Mingxian with Chinese characters. This Baohetang pharmacy is located in Suzhou. Dou Gai interjected, some are not bad. What did you ask him to do? Su Xiandao, what kind of character? How old are you? Dou Hua and others have never seen it before, so they replied casually. When he was about 40 years old, he had a few yellow teeth and whiskers. Su Xian said angrily, fart. Lingdong should not take my name and open a shop in Zhenjiang. This is really unreasonable. Mao Hua said, your surname is Su. Isn't it possible that other people's surname is Su? Su Xiandao, his surname is Su, he shouldn't have the same name. He also said that Suzhou is divided here. When was I assigned to open a store in Zhenjiang? Isn't it just that you're pretending to be someone else and making a fool of yourself here? While they were still arguing, Xiao Qing happened to pass by the back of the shop. As soon as he saw the owner of the house, he walked out quickly and said, my husband is here. My mistress looks at you every day. Come in and meet us. Su Xian was dragged in. Only then did the two gangs find out that this person was his boss. Mao complained to Dou and said, since we have never seen him, we shouldn't say that he has a yellow beard on his mouth. Xiao Tingting's boss came out and asked you to hand over the person who opened the shop with Huang Su. You should kowtow and apologize. Just give him some flattery. Let's talk about the gossip of the two groups. Su Xian was pulled into the inner hall by Xiao Qing and shouted, my husband is back, come out and meet me. It turns out that the empresses Yin and Yang are accurate, and she predicts today and this time. so she dressed up specially and waited for him to return home. First, she ordered Xiaoqing to always look after him in the store. At this moment, after hearing the report, he hurriedly walked out. After the two meetings, there was a mixture of sadness and joy, and each shed a few tears. Unexpectedly, we had to say goodbye to Suzhou without contacting each other. We only thought that we would never see each other again in this life, but we met again here. No wonder I felt sad and happy at the same time. The couple sat down opposite each other. Su Xian told his plight and then asked his wife about her situation after farewell, but she made up a few words and replied, since the official was imprisoned in the county, the wife was so frightened that she became confused. She asked people several times to find out. I know that the Gu family uses their power to bully others, seize treasures by force, and make their husbands suffer. I think the local officials are difficult to suppress and must go to Beijing to complain and ask my uncle for help. After making up his mind, he locked the door of the store, said goodbye to Zhang and Li, and was about to leave. Suddenly, Uncle Wang Yongcheng came. He said, "If you can't go to Kyoto, I'm afraid that if you don't succeed in painting a tiger, you will be like a dog." How can a chicken defeat a stone? Your mother-in-law is an idle man with no power. If a traitor tells the king that you have hidden treasures, won't he want to harm your husband? I thought so too. He also said that it was impossible to live in Suzhou, and he was afraid that evil eunuchs would come and oppress him. Therefore, we hired 2 large ships to carry all kinds of large and small objects here. Uncle Wang was thoughtful and wrote another letter, ordering me to go to Zhenjiang and deliver the goods to his friend Jinlan, whom my surname is Chen, a well-known wealthy businessman in Zhenjiang, who helped me establish a career and start a family. When officials meet again in the future, don't forget his kindness. Su Xian listened to the Empress' story and said, "That's it. This is surprising. Since my uncle helped me like this, why didn't he give me a little ventilation?" The Empress said, "Because I want to hide it from these powerful neighbors." Therefore, he used this secret plan to keep Chen Sung's secret. Su Xiandao, my uncle has taken such good care of me and put so much effort into it. I am really grateful and will never forget it. This kindness and virtue must be repaid. One more thing, I want to ask you, where is that member Chen now? You should go up to the hall and say thank you. Let me take a walk. The Empress stopped her and said, "Wait a minute. Recently, Yuan Wei has been seriously ill at home and is bedridden. It is not too late to say thank you again after waiting for him to fully recover. I just wonder what official business the officials have when they come to Zhenjiang." Su Xiandao, my uncle ordered me to settle the debt in Zhenjiang. The letter I have now is on Wutiao Street. After I went to collect the debt, I sent the boatman back. The Empress said, "Since there is a letter as proof, why do you go there in person? You can just order a group of people to deliver it." Su Xiandao, "Then, I'll meet the 2 groups in the shop and then come in to talk." After saying that, he got up and came to the store. Mao and Dou's gang greeted him with smiles. They all called Ing Dongwang and said, "Brother Han, we are here to bow. I have offended a lot with my words, so please don't mind me." Su Xian returned the bow and said with a smile, "This is a trivial matter, just a joke. I have Suzhou. This is a letter. I ask you to send it to Wanantang Pharmacy to collect the money. Please write it down in the letter. You have to wait for him to redeem it before returning so that the boatman can take it back to Suzhou." Doubo continued, "I recognize Wanantang Pharmacy. I'll go there and wait for the money to come back." Su Xian gave him the letter, and he turned around and left. Besides, the boatman Shendogwan saw Su Xian idle in front of the shop. Then a pretty girl came out and dragged her in. I really couldn't figure it out. Only then did we know that it was Xianggong Su's house. He then said, "Since Mr. Su has found his residence, I will not return to Suzhou. But if you want to hear back, how about I take it for you?" Su Xian nodded and said, "Of course I'll take the feedback with me. Please sit here for a while and wait for me to go in and get some snacks to eat with you." Immediately turned around and went in. The Empress stood up to greet him, asked him to sit down, and ordered Xiaoqing to bring the prepared snacks. The first one was a layer of cake made with pure oil. There are also steamed buns with mint fillings, 2 pots of melon seeds and peanuts, and a pot of rose medicine, all placed on the table. Then he held the pot and made a toast. "It's almost noon. Please have some snacks and talk about being a wife." Su Xian thanked you happily and said, "I'm here with the boatman. Now he is sitting outside and asked to wait for a reply. He must be hungry too." The Empress said, "In that case, there are some meaty vegetables left over from the morning. I'll ask Xiaoqing to send them out and invite him to eat in the side room." Xiaoqing went and finished as ordered. The Empress said again, "I had some snacks at the moment." Xiaoqing will meet with the officials again. Su Xian finished using the snacks and heard that Dou had returned, so he went out to ask questions. It is said that the money has been paid off and he will be sent to Suzhou as a clerk within 3 days to explain. "I have a reply letter, please keep it here. Please send it immediately. You will know the answer once you ask." Su Xianda said, "Then I'll write a reply too." He turned around and walked into the study room and finished writing the letter. Many of the words written in the letter were nothing more than a few clichés at the beginning, and then mentioned the past relationship, which was nothing more than an expression of gratitude in his heart. When he said, "Now that I have come to Zhenjiang, my husband and I have reunited. Gathering, and Uncle N was bothered by it. Still have to open a business. Such kindness will never be forgotten, and I will be able to thank you in the hall in the future." The following sentences are the conclusion, and there is no need to dwell on it. After writing and sealing it, when he came outside, the boatman had already had dinner, so he handed the letter to him to take away. He was also rewarded with 700 coins for wine, and he owed him 700 coins. Find boat money. Let's wait until we meet the members. The boatman went after receiving the letter. First of all, I want to explain in my book that he got off the boat that day and set sail immediately. In just 2 days, he arrived in Sioux City. After sending the letter to Dashingtang, when Wang Yuanwei saw it, he was very angry and hated him for being entangled by monsters again, and he was confused and didn't realize it. There will never be a fruitful outcome in the future, and it will be a waste of all my hard work. From now on, I don't want him to come to my door, and I will cut off all contact with him. I can't stop hating you. Having said a few words about the Suzhou incident, I will turn to Su Xian in Zhenjiang. After meeting the Empress, the couple talked about it again. Live the joyful time of morning and evening. Moreover, the business is booming, the store is in good luck, and the family fortune is getting better and better. Su Xian here is really happy and carefree, but he has made a person miserable. Which one do you think it is? It was Chen Buren who was frightened into illness due to his wishful thinking. I am bedridden and feel like I am dying. I took the medicine for several days, but no small effect was seen. Mr. Liu served in the room day and night. Seeing his condition, he became very anxious. With tears in his eyes, he asked him where his illness came from. Bu Ren said, I am seriously ill. Even if there are famous doctors like Dr. Liu and Bien K and elixirs like elixirs, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. When Mr. Liu heard this, he was very sad and asked him what was on his mind. Maybe he said he knew about it. I won't hesitate to spend more money. Buren sighed, Oh. Grandma, you can forget about other things. There is only one thing that is always on your mind, but it is difficult to do it. If I say it out, I'm afraid you'll get angry. It's better not to say anything. Liu said, Because of all the evil you did in the past, I have been admonishing you hard. Now that you are so ill, you have neither brothers nor descendants. Chen's cigarettes only rely on you. As long as you recover from your illness. Everything is at your disposal, just tell me quickly. Bu Ren then took a fancy to Bai's story and explained the whole story in detail. He also said, This is my heart disease, and I still need to seek medicine to cure it. Otherwise, there is only one death. Ms. Liu knew that it was a difficult problem and it was difficult to help, but she was eager to save her husband. Thinking of a clever plan, he said to Buren, If you try to deceive him and he doesn't come, you have to pay the fate. Don't blame me, let's see what happens to you. After saying that, he walked out of the room. I know that I am conspiring to deceive, but I am still afraid that the law of heaven will not tolerate me. Now I have no choice but to do this. At that moment, Mrs. Liu walked to the living room and summoned the 2 girls, Chun Tao and Qiu Ju, to come over. Because these 2 were capable at work and smart in speech, they were sent to the Baohe Hall. If they could get Lady Bai to come, they would be rewarded heavily. If they failed, they would be punished according to family law. Chun Tao Qiu Ju asked about the reason for the invitation. Fortunately, they also had some opinions. When she told the court master, Mrs. Liu nodded and said, It doesn't matter if it's my birthday today, as long as you can invite me. He also sent word to the family outside, prepared a sedan chair, and ordered 2 maids to escort the sedan chair away. Not long after, we arrived at Baohetang Pharmacy on Wutiao Street, and the sedan stopped at the door. The 2 maids walked in first. Su Xian asked if they were from Chen's house on Wumei Street, so he asked them to go inside and pay homage to the Empress. The second maid will report her intentions in the future. She will speak sweet words and be very pleasant to the ears. She will also say that today is the birthday of the Emperor. Be sure to ask Your Majesty to come over and talk. I didn't dare to pay my birthday, but it was just a matter of chatting for a while with ready-made food and wine. The Empress said, since it is the Emperor's birthday, it is appropriate to celebrate it. Unfortunately, there is no one to leave, so we have to go to the hall to make up for the celebration on another day. Qiu Ju said, Grandma will definitely appreciate it today. If we are unable to please Grandma, I will be beaten according to the family law and will not be forgiven, as the court master has ordered. So Grandma must appreciate it. When the Empress heard the 3 words, must, she felt doubtful in her heart. She calculated the yin and yang in her sleeves and already understood. It turned out that he had a plan. Because Bu Ren was seriously ill, he wanted to trick me into committing indecent assault in secret. Forgive him for his evil deeds, and it is only a matter of days before he is about to die. But Lord Lu's courtyard is a virtuous man, and he should not help the tyrants to commit evil. So the Empress changed her mind and said to herself, well, let me go and see him off. To avoid having to worry about it later, it would be a lot of inconvenience. He immediately took a breath and said, since this is the honor of the Emperor, should go to the hall to celebrate my birthday. Just stop. He then asked Xiaoqin to get 2 pieces of silk and gave them to Chuntao Qiuju to make 2 clothes. The second maid thanked her. Reward. The Empress asked Xiaoqin to go to the shop and invite her husband in. After a while, Su Xian came in and asked, but is the Qin family coming to pick up the lady? The lady said, I can't stay. I just want to go because it is the Emperor's birthday and I should be respectful. Su Xian said, but I want to go with you. Are you going with me? Madam said, I am seriously ill now. There was no one to receive him, and it was not too late to pay homage to him after he was fully recovered. Su Xianwei responded, yes. The Empress asked him to go out to prepare the 8-colored birthday gifts and ordered people to pick them out. At the same time, she returned to the room, dressed up, and changed clothes. It took a while to get them right, and she looked more and more beautiful. At this time, Su Xian came in again. When he saw the lady, he praised her secretly and said that the gift had been sent. The sedan chair was now waiting in the middle hall to wait for her to get up. I hope you will come back soon so that no one in my family will be lonely. The Empress said, I am kind to Mr. Meng Yuan, who invited me to have a drink and talk. I'm afraid I will stay overnight late at night. I must spend the night there. It's just that I have to order someone to pick me up early tomorrow morning. Su Xian was a little unhappy after hearing this, and asked, "Don't you Xiaoqing also take it with you?" The Empress said, "Xiaoqing has to take care of herself at home, so I won't take her with her." After that, he went downstairs with Su Xian. He got on the sedan chair in the middle hall, left the store, and carried it all the way to Chen's house. The girl Qiu Ju came forward to report the news, and Mrs. Liu had already heard about it. She invited Mr. Bai here, and she was secretly happy. She deeply praised the girls for their ability and received the reward in a short time. Immediately call all the family members to build a longevity hall in the inner hall, hang lanterns and decorate it, and give it a new look. Although I know that today is not my birthday, I can still celebrate it for my husband. When everything was ready, Chuntao followed the sedan to the wall door. She took the lead and came in to report, "The Su family's wife is here." Mrs. Liu hurriedly came out to greet her, thinking that Mrs. Bai had fallen into his clever trap and would be able to save her husband's life. "I don't